2171 from Liara. The University of Cerberus agreed to sponsor me at the Prothean dig on Dretarop. Very exciting. Professor Hennel is leading the expedition herself. Maybe I can even ask her for her opinion on my thesis outline. Thesis on Prothean First Contact Protocols. 2174. I believe Dr. Joshua was right to suggest the Prothean artifacts we unearthed are from the Third Age, not the Fourth. What an embarrassing mistake. At least he seemed to approve the rest of the paper. A comparison of Prothean technology to modern Asari circuit logic. I'm going to the Therum expedition. I never thought I'd gained permission to visit the Prothean ruins there, but the University of Cerberus must have secured the funding after all. Now to pack. God Lord, this human shepherd has the key to comprehending the Protheans on an instinctual, subconscious level. Only I could have been there when the commander touched the beacon on Eden Prime. I'll try to learn more about the cipher on board the Normandy. The involvement of the Reapers is troubling, to say the least. I reviewed the old Shadow Broker's footage of the Collectors. It's chilling to know they're Prothean's husks. At least nothing sentient could possibly remain with them after the Reapers did to them. Yep. Protheans are all super dead. As well they should be.
Commander, welcome back to the Normandy. Or maybe you should be saying that to me.
Engineer Adams, what are you doing here?
I was put in charge of the drive core retrofits. My experience on the Normandy SR-1 made me an obvious choice.
So, what do you think of our SR-2?
She's incredible. If there's one nice thing I can say about Cerberus, it's that they know how to build a ship. And about that, Cerberus, I mean. I owe you an apology.
How so?
Back when you got this ship, Dr. Chalk was contacting me, asking me to help with your mission against the Collectors. I refused. I didn't have your back, and I'm sorry for that.
Why didn't you join us?
I saw what happened to you when the Normandy went down. I didn't trust that it was really you, and I certainly didn't trust Cerberus. Also, as an officer of the Alliance, I don't just leave my post, you know?
Your Alliance first. That's the way it should be.
Thank you, Commander. Glad to be aboard.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, sir.
Is this better, Hazardous? Asking for a friend. Speaking of new characters.
Lieutenant Steve Cortez, shuttle pilot. Got news about our supply chains, Commander.
Nice to meet you, Lieutenant. What's going on?
Sorry to just jump in, Commander. There's so much to be done, I get caught up in the tasks at hand.
He's always like that. You need to chill out, Esteban.
So you do care, Mr. Vega? Or is that the Cerveza talking again?
So what's happening with our supply chains, Lieutenant?
Alliance procurement chains are in chaos, but the Citadel's economy is still running. I can network to Citadel retailers. You can view inventory and make purchases right from this console.
When I network to a new store, I'll let you know.
It does cost more to coordinate delivery to the Normandy, so it's cheaper to buy supplies when you're there.
So you're my shuttle pilot, but you're setting up procurement chains?
I wasn't assigned as Normandy's pilot. Not much need for one on a dry dock ship. I was overseeing the retrofit of the cargo hold. I'm quite familiar with the operation and maintenance of the UT-47 Kodiak and the M44 Hammerhead. In my experience, it made sense for me to take over as shuttle pilot when we left Earth. Especially given Mr. Vega's love of mid-air collisions.
To save the day, pendejo.
I'm also responsible for logistics, making sure the armory and shuttle are properly stocked and maintained.
How long have you been with the Alliance?
About 10 years. I enlisted in First Fleet serving on the SSV Hawking, flying F-61 Tridents mostly. I love the Trident. It practically dances in low atmo. I spent as much time tinkering on my bird as flying her. Got a bit of a reputation.
So, you can fly fighters and fix them.
Yeah, and I got a knack for procurement too. They were grooming me for CAG, but my skill set made me more valuable commanding a flight deck. They assigned me to the Normandy retrofit team about 5 months ago to oversee all cargo bay modifications.
What happened to the M44 Hammerhead?
It was sent to the tech labs for a retrofit. To afford mobility with such a small ESO core, Its design sacrificed armor plating. The lab engineers are trying to improve that. After the Reaper invasion, those labs are probably just a pile of rubble.
The Kodiak seems a bit different.
Good eyes, Commander. This is the UT-47A Kodiak. It's got an upgraded EZO core and prototype stealth technology based on the Normandy design. For quick drops, I can get you in and out virtually undetected. She flies like a brick, so that's why you need a good pilot.
Do you maintain this armory?
I share that duty with our illustrious Mr. Vega. Though I believe the only weapon he really cares to maintain is himself.
You know you love the show, Esteban.
The first retrofit we did was to move the armory down from Deck 2. I'm not sure what Cerberus engineers were thinking. Now you get off the elevator, pick your gear, and head right into the shuttle.
Just like the original Normandy.
Welcome back to the Alliance, Commander.
Well, so far it sucks.
You were stationed on Earth. Do you have family there?
I'm an only child. Lost my parents years ago. I had a husband back when I was stationed at Ferris Fields. The Collectors took out the whole colony. I'd rather not talk about it.
Keep up the hard work, but don't kill yourself.
Yes, Commander.
Literally. Like, seriously, Cortez, no. Okay. I like Cortez too. He's probably going to be a positive. Most likely.
Good dog.
Hey, Shepard. How'd it go with the Council?
Same as usual. Non-committal. Unhelpful.
Bet they still wanted you to help them out, no?
Yeah. We're gonna rescue a Turian Primarch from Palaven.
Sounds like fun. Never been to the Turian homeworld. You down here for a reason?
Just came down to talk.
Great. Not sure what there is to talk about. You already know my service record.
I don't, actually. I didn't have access to personnel records when we met.
Right. Forgot about that. Well... Think you can dance and talk at the same time?
I think I can handle it.
Okay, loco. Let's dance.
Don't push your luck, Vega. With age comes wisdom. And rank.
Ha! You sound like my old CO.
Oh yeah? And who was that?
Captain Tony. He was a hard-ass son of a bitch, but a good leader. Nice.
What do you mean, was?
Died. With most of my squad. Protecting a civilian colony from a collector attack.
And the
Like
colony?
25 blades of all.
It was either them, or the intel we had on the collectors. Intel we could have used to destroy them. I chose the intel.
Sorry. That's a tough call.
The best part was, we didn't really need the intel in the end. Because you were out saving the galaxy by taking down the entire collector homeworld.
You didn't know. You can't blame yourself, Vega.
Who says I'm blaming myself?
I do.
You a shrink too?
Nope. But that stunt back on Mars was reckless. You're lucky to be alive.
So?
So? Maybe you don't care if you live or die.
Or maybe... I'm just willing to do whatever the fuck it takes to end this goddamn war.
Maybe you are. But if you're half as good as I think you are, we need you alive.
Thanks for the pep talk.
Anytime.
Hey, thanks for the dance, Loco.
Loco, huh?
I can think of worse things to call you.
Long as you remember who's in charge, you can call me whatever you want.
Oh, I won't forget.
I actually like that scene. It is also characterization. It's just the threadbare beginnings of it. But it is something. And it starts to help to explain one of the reasons why I like Vega. You got several days, Eitri. There's not really a lot of rush here. I was always like this, Zeros. Always! Alright, so... I prefer Loco. Yeah, no, exactly, Space Cadet. So, this is going to sound like a very strange complaint. I kind of wish Plutonia was here, because I'm curious his thoughts on this. They added a water effect over the galaxy. Now, to explain that a little bit... Oh, you are there. Like, most galaxy models like this, in any video game, all the way back to, like, Spore, I think is the first time I really saw this, tend to have multiple different graphical layers, you know, multiple textures, effectively, that are just kind of rotating around to give the impression of the moving galaxy. But here, there's only two layers. There's the disk itself, and then there's the water, which it's hard to really showcase, but if you look at the lower right of the screen, just above the exit word, you really start to see what I'm talking about. And it's very strange, because the galaxy looked perfectly fine in both previous games. And instead we just have this. You'll notice, by the way, that the galaxy model, the one under the water, is static. The only thing actually moving is the water. There's another, yeah, you can see it over there too, in between there. And this is just a very strange way, like this, I'm not going to give it a negative, it's just a bizarre method to try and characterize this. But anyways, so let's showcase a little bit how this works. We've had running around and doing fun... That's loud. Fun ground things on boring maps. And in 2... only once, Latario. And in 2, we had scanning minigames. In 3, we have a new and improved scanning pulse. Use this to uncover war assets, artifacts, intel, and fuel. Beware, each time you use a pulse, the chances increase that the Reapers will investigate. If they are in a system you're in, you have to flee and wait until you've completed a mission before you can return. This system is stupid. And this is why. This is what this involves. Just looking for stuff. Yeah, there was actually something over here. So what do we got? What's this? What's this? Nothing. Cool. You'll notice there's also no intra-system space travel anymore. It's just you warp to the system with the relay. You're already probably starting to see some of the problems here. Actually, it's the visuals in 1. Every time we see the Prothean data beamed through our brains. Yeah, there doesn't appear to be anything here. That's actually funny. Now, you're probably wonder why that is. Don't worry, I was actually doing that deliberately. Because Okay, apparently we do have entry system. Never mind. Because
I found something.
you can only actually gather things in danger zones. I kind of get that from a video game perspective, but that makes absolutely no sense from any other perspective. It's... Because the idea here is you can only gather resources in a danger zone, in some place where the Reapers can find you. So there's no... There's no planning. There's no get certain resources before the Reapers sweep the galaxy. And there are no... there's no thought. I'm just going to summarize, because you guys keep interrupting me with chat, so I'm just going to ignore it. And I've lost my train of thought. Point is, there's no thought that goes into this. Also, hang on a second. There's no... This is absolutely a danger system. Look, it's right there. There's a friggin' Reaper on it. It's just go to the zone, run around, mashing the right click, hoping for something. By the way, while we're on the subject, I'm actually impressed by this. Because this is actually worse than Mass Effect 2's things. I don't know what you're talking about, Joker. See this? This is actually worse. So hard. This is every single one of these is me going entirely. This is from the right to the left, right there. This is the entirety of my mouse pad in one go. Look at this. Look at this. There's also nothing else here. But look at how long this takes compared to Mass Effect 2. This is insanity. Look at this. This is my entire mouse pad right here. If you don't understand the significance of that, in Mass Effect 2, the entire mouse pad would be able to cover the entire planet instead of this nonsense. But apparently I forgot about how this works. Let's go over to Asgard. Why would it... I'm not even going to complain about how stupid that mapping system is. There's Reapers here. No, there aren't. Let's just ignore that.
Signal confirmed.
Whoops. Didn't actually mean to do that. Anyways, my overall point is that I think this is at least 2 negatives. This is negative number 1. This is ridiculous. Absolutely by itself. The fact that they made it so that the mouse suddenly has, like, no range at all in terms of how far you can move per mouse movement is redunculous, especially since it didn't used to be that way in 2. So... that's stupid. The other problem is what I'll show off in a second. Hang on, I'll be with you in a minute. So then this happens. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Evasion successful.
They're very polite, the Reapers. Who knew? Really? Okay, 3 negatives then. Wait, hang on.
Signal confirmed.
Oh my god. Alright, so that is all of that minigame we're doing for the rest of the game. Because I don't care about my war asset score, and there's nothing else really worth doing here. At least not at the moment. So, negatives. Let's see. Let me think about this for a moment. Alright, we're good. Moving on. Oh yeah, fuel's back for no reason. That is really loud. Nah, I'm good, Sakage. We got this. Hey, there's Palaven. Let's go to Palaven. The Reapers, aware of their enemy's reputation, brought overwhelming force to Palaven, which sounds a lot like they're actually hitting here harder than on Earth, even though the game says elsewise, elsewhere. No, we're doing this first, Sakage. They brought overwhelming force and did not hesitate to bombard cities that resisted, and all of them resisted. So every city was bombarded from orbit. Which I'm not going to explain how ridiculous that is, but let's not get into it. The dust and smoke from pulverized cities is now a breathing hazard across much of the planet. Okay. Water and power supplies have all but vanished. Still, the fight has cost the Reapers dearly. Oh, so Palaven is wiped out. Right? Means the Reapers are done and moving on. Right? Because they did it. Palaven's largest moon has been shrouded in secrecy since the dawn of the Turian space age. During the Krogan rebellions, the hierarchy classified nearly all data on Monet and its sister moon Nanus, because they feared the Krogan could use the web moons as weapons by smashing them into Palaven's surface. However, some information has leaked out. Images of Turian bases where personnel walk without envirosuits indicate advanced infrastructure, likely a network of subterranean tunnels with powerful mass effect field generators to retain heat and atmosphere over swaths of the surface. The Reaper's plans for bombarding the base were met with fierce resistance by the Turian fleet and the moon's anti-aerospace defenses. With their easy victory stalled, even though Palaven's been completely wiped out, the Reapers deployed a variety of ground units to take the bases one at a time. Why? The Turians have the advantage on the moon. How? But the Reapers have the patience to slowly grind them down. With every base captured, the Reapers deny the Turian fleet another place to repair or refuel. What fleet? Who to bring with? I guess I'll bring the Krogan and the Mage. Hey, remember, literally, right next door, they bombed Palaven into oblivion. But they can't do that here. Like... You'll notice how, once again, this all lines up more neatly. If you presume there is a single Reaper ship here doing all this. Even if that one Reaper ship is super powerful and can't be destroyed, it still has limited range, right? Limited reach. It can't be everywhere at the same time, and it can only destroy at a certain rate. So throughput becomes the problem. I apparently don't have any weapons mods for that, because I just double-checked and it wouldn't let me click anything, so I'm just going to assume I don't have any weapon mods for that yet. Let's do the turret first. Do I want the rocket or the flamethrower? Yes, it did, Space Cadet, and it deserved it. For all its flaws. It had many, too. Other games would be crushed under how many flaws Mass Effect 2 had. Like 20 negatives to story? That's huge. Whatever it was. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking... I think I'm gonna go with rockets. This one right here. I think I'll save hers. I think I'll save his too. Yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. God! I mean, even 6 Reapers is a bit much, but whatever, I suppose. Notice, this is already less Reapers than were on Earth. So, you know, that's cool. We're not having anything to do with that giant space battle. We're over here. 200 years, Estes Flakes. Although all of that was a cleanup action.
Oh, no. No. Palaven.
Yeah, it's Newt.
We have an old friend there.
Holy hell. They're getting decimated.
Past tense.
Strongest military in the galaxy, and the Reapers are obliterating it.
Yep. With
Was
6
it like
ships.
this on Earth?
Yes.
Shepard. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Commander, the LZ's getting swarmed.
James, open that hatch.
So I'll give this some credits. It's not quite a typical turret section, even though this is functionally a turret section. The fact that you can actually use abilities and stuff while you're going down, that's a nice little touch. I appreciate that. I do. I mean, you'll hear me complain about a lot of things in this game. Only a few of them are on the gameplay axis, to be completely blunt. Yeah, you like that, Javin? I'm set up for that, too. I've customized my loadout and my gun to have minimal cooldown, so I can just BAM! Oh, there's a 7th, so we've got a 7th ship now. 8, sorry, we're up to 8. They're growing like weeds. Yeah, no, exactly, Javin. Like, it's so frustrating because it really feels like the developers, as in the actual coders and designers, level designers, class balance, all that stuff, they just got better from 1 to 2 to 3. And the writing team didn't. I think is how I'm going to phrase that. Yeah, just hanging out. Like they do. We're gonna try to get a shot without the freaking glare in the way. Also, visual arts team, still doing some decent stuff, mostly with the backgrounds. I mean, like it or not, that's ridiculous of a shot, but it is a hell of a shot to look down and see Palaven on fire. Anyways.
Soldier, which way to your commanding officer?
Straight ahead and around the corner, past the first barricade. Hold your fire! Friendly inbound! Try them again.
I command West Airfield. Do you read? Nothing, sir. Not even static.
Try them again.
Respectfully, sir. We've been getting nothing.
That's an order. We could really use air support, General.
Domestic, get your men up on that north barricade.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Bartis, find a way to get that comm tower operational.
Sir. General?
Commander Shepard, heard you were coming, but I didn't believe it. General Corinthus.
I've come to get Primarch Fedorian.
Primarch Fedorian is dead. His shuttle was shot down an hour ago as it tried to leave the moon.
Well,
That's gonna complicate things. How bad is it, General?
We just lost about 400 men in half an hour.
that's it.
We set up camps on this moon as an advanced position to flank the enemy. A sound strategy. Just...
Irrelevant.
exactly. The sheer force of the Reapers seems to make them immune to that sort of tactic. The Primarch and his men found that out the hard way.
I'm sorry. I hear he was a good man.
And a friend. He would have been an outstanding diplomat.
So what happens now?
The Turian hierarchy provides very clear lines of succession.
Right. General Corinthus?
With such heavy casualties, it's hard for me to be certain who the next Primarch is. Palaven Command will know. However, at the moment, contacting them is impossible. The comm tower is out. Husks are swarming that area. We can't get close enough to repair it.
Don't worry, General. I'll get your tower operational.
Thank you, Commander. I'll take care of things on this end.
All right, let's go.
Pop my head
I
back
see
into
the comm
existence.
tower, to the left of the main barricade in front of Palaven.
Let's go!
Sir, shuttle carrying the fighter.
Yeah, still no weapon mods. Oh, here we go. Nope, still no weapon mods. You know, honestly, just use the shotgun. Hey! Got shotgun mods. Mod. Singular. Oh, right, sorry. Give you the Vindicator. Hey, more mods. Just double checking. Oh, there's nothing for me. Alright, whatever.
Mechanics has not arrived. MIA. How many fighters?
Yeah, thank goodness we're an engineer. Whoa!
The critical unsafe repairs. Every serviceable fighter is in the air. ASAP. Got it? Yes, sir.
Up and on your left. This is the main barricade.
They sent us winter gear. Not sure what they think we do with that kind of gear here, but I suppose we should thank the spirits nonetheless. Power sources can be cannibalized and converted to power combat gear's filtering units instead, at least. It'd be nice to not have those clogging up anymore. Oh, and for the record, I think it was Meatfist said that. I agree with you on this mission being a good one. Honestly, several of the the missions in the middle, not the intro, the outro, but this stuff, is going to be positives on both axes. Good level design, good story design, good moments, etc. There are exceptions. We have to deal with Kai Lang, of course, and pretty much all of Thessia can go straight to hell. But we've got some good stuff coming up. Can I repeat that? I guess not. Well, hang on. I've got a voice in my ear. Agent Dream Whisperer. What is your favorite color? I have a plan for that. We'll talk about that when we get there, though. So you said first building on the right as I entered, which was this building. I thought I already went in here, but obviously I didn't. Oh. Knowledge of the terrain is our only advantage here, and that's not going to last forever if they keep throwing forces at us. We'll hold as long as we can. I'm linking my transponder to the life signal monitoring unit system of the unit's suits. If it goes out, send another unit ASAP. I love this. It's just... Move! Liara! Might have already gotten it? Question mark? Because I'm not seeing anything. Or there could be just a Viper in the middle. God damn it. Alright. I'm tempted to try that out for a bit. Maybe not yet. Maybe not yet. Yeah, we'll hold on the Viper. We got the Viper. Woo! Okay. Being informed by Agent Whisperer. We have everything. On.
Husks at the tower overwhelmed us.
Got it.
Good luck.
Thanks. So we've technically fought this enemy type before, but this is our first real encounter with enemy group number 2. That would be the so-called Reaper forces. Which you'd think would be the hardest stuff, but no, in my experience, the Geth are the meanest things to fight here. Yeah, viscerality has improved in general, too. I mean, hell. That... I don't mean to zoom the camera in this much, but we've got the shot. So there's the sound indicating you've used the button and started the cooldown. The sound indicating it's fired, the sound indicating it's traveling, the sound indicating it's hit. Then there's the actual distortion, the shake, the distribution. All of which are augmented by whatever they're doing with that. I don't know what that's called, but there's a reason we can see that from hundreds of yards away. It's something to do with the lighting. I think it's called priority lighting or something like that. Help me out here. It's when you are trying to make sure that a certain light source is always visible to the player, to the camera, pretty much regardless of other circumstances. It's usually used for HUD stuff, but it works well here. Same thing with the ice. Now, I'm going to interrupt this extremely intense moment to go see what Mr. Red just donated for. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Intense donating. Thank you, Mr. Red. I'm not sure I agree with being a good content creator or being entertaining, but thank you. I did, Walker. Thank you, Walker. I thought I said thank you for Order 1886, which I have written down and everything. Speaking of which, Batman, TAS, Ruminations. Okay. Intense. Intensity.
We can't repair it from this panel.
We can't repair it conventionally. Gee, should I send James or Liara? Again, Liara.
See if you can repair it.
I'll go up and have a look. If you can keep husks from climbing up behind me, I'd appreciate it.
No promises.
Here they come.
Ready, James?
Hell yeah. Let's take them.
Shepard, I've repaired the tower's main satellite connection. On my way down.
General, do you read? The comm tower is now operational.
Much appreciated, Commander. I'll contact Palaven Command.
Let me know when you've got something. I'll help your men till I hear from you.
Understood.
Shepard out.
Funny thing about the low-level Reaper units, the Husks, they're the weakest basic troop in the game. Excuse me. Like every faction of enemies in this game has similar layerings. You know, you like your basics, your augmented, slightly more elite, and you've usually got like a variant thing. You've got a fast attack person, then you've got the actual elites and so forth and so on, right? The reason I mention all this is at the very bottom, your basic troops, most of the basic troops are something. Not so with the Reapers.
Commander Shepard.
The Husks are pathetic.
Go ahead.
I have information from Palaven Command. Please return ASAP.
Now, the high-end Reaper units are freaking mean. Oops. But we'll get to those as we see them. After all, high-end Reaper units would include Banshees, among other things. Oh, hey, there's the Scimitar. And the... How did I miss that last time? Whatever. Was it not there last time? Like, oh, whatever. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We got it now. Yeah, exactly. The Husks are Lings. And ironically, Javan is absolutely correct. From an in-lore perspective, Lings are great. Because they will... They don't really do damage. What they do is they reduce your resources.
What have you got?
As your partner said, succession is usually simple. But right now, the hierarchy's in chaos. So many dead or MIA.
I need someone. I don't care who. As long as they can get us the Turian resources we need.
For Earth.
I'm on it, Shepard. We'll find you the Primarch.
Turian soldier. You're not fooling anybody, game.
Garrus.
Vicarian, sir. I didn't see you arrive.
At ease, General.
Good to see you again. I thought you'd be on Palaven.
If we lose this moon, we lose Palaven. I'm the closest damn thing we have to an expert on Reaper forces, so I'm advising.
James, this is Garrus Vicarian. He helped me stop the Collectors. He's a hell of a soldier.
Lieutenant, good to see you too, Liara.
Good to see you in one piece, Garrus.
General Corinthus filled me in. We know who we're after.
Palaven Command tells me that the next Primarch is General Adrian Victus.
Victus. His name's crossed my desk.
Know him, Garrus?
I was fighting alongside him this morning. Lifelong military, gets results, popular with his troops. Not so popular with military command. Has a reputation for playing loose with accepted strategy.
By the way, credit where credit is due. You notice how, as a very quick and efficient way to establish Garrus's position here, the general salutes to him, and he says, "At ease, General." I don't even think Garrus has an official rank in the hierarchy right now, because of how the official hierarchy was all on Palaven, which is gone, by the way. Instead, it's just Garrus is kind of in charge, which fits. Not Turians in specific, but in this exact situation, it fits very well.
What do you mean?
On Tatris, during the uprisings, his squad discovered a Solarian spy ring about the same time the Turian separatists did. Rather than neutralize the ring, he fell back. He even gave up valuable fortifications which the rebels took.
Then the rebels attacked the Solarians, and when both groups had worn each other down, Victus moved back in. Didn't lose a man.
Bold strategy, but wild behavior doesn't get you advanced up the meritocracy.
Primarch Victus. That should be something to see.
You think he can get the job done?
We both know conventional strategy won't beat the Reapers. Right now, he could be our best shot. And I trust him.
Which one's that, Shadow Machine?
Let's get him on the shuttle and get out of here.
Commander! Shepard, come in!
Can this wait, Joker? We're in the middle of a war zone.
We've got a situation on the Normandy, Commander. It's like she's possessed. Shutting down systems, powering up weapons. I can't find the source.
I need the Normandy standing by. We may have to bug out.
Should I go back and take a look?
Do it. Garrus, you said you were with Victus this morning?
Yeah, but we got separated. He went to bolster a flank that was breaking. Could be anywhere out there.
We're trying to raise him, Commander.
Incoming Harvester! Headed for the airfield!
Those are such a pain to fight. That's a higher level Reaper unit, by the way. Not the worst.
General, tell Primarch Victus we'll rendezvous here. In the meantime, let's go take care of whatever that thing dropped off. Coming, Garrus?
Are you kidding? I'm right behind you.
I noticed the audio balancing problem is back, by the way. I'm gonna hold off on leveling Garrus until I hear this mega build. Yeah, just imagine a Thresher Maw. A Reapified Thresher Maw. Wait, don't do that.
Hey, is that you breathing so hard? Atmosphere's a little thinner than I'm used to, is all. Adrenaline's better than oxygen any day.
That's not true. But please loot the thing, Shepard. Thank you.
Just me? Or do those Reapers look like Turians?
So, these are Marauders. Reaper unit number 2. 3, actually, since we've already fought the Batarian things. Abominations, I think. That was Garrus. I was just shooting Garrus, wasn't I? I mean, Marauder Shields is the final enemy in this game. That is a literal statement. The final boss under conventional wisdom, we'll talk about when we get there. So yeah. The Marauders can buff their allies, and it sucks. It's loverly, too, because the buff stays after you kill the Marauder. Lovely things.
I think we're done here.
Yes, we'll talk about cannibals more when we fight them more. And yes, Marauders are based on Turians. I love how even all the upper pieces of it move as it's doing its thing.
Shepard, come in.
Right here. What?
Go ahead.
Still trying to raise the Primarch, but we've got trouble back here at the main barricade. If the Reapers breach it, we're done.
Dude, I'm right here. I'm right here. Oh, you want me to go over here? Well, as long as you're not going to put me into a turret section, okay?
Maybe I can do 3 at a time. Okay, come on. Who's next? They're on top of us. What?
You're a turret section in video games?
Like fish in a barrel.
That's a good question. Help me out here. What's a good turret section in a video game? I'm sure there are some. I just can't think of any right now. Don't say WoW. Actually, you know what? Yeah, Modern Warfare 1, Call of Duty 4. That's a good turret section. Not just in gameplay, but in how it's presented. Hey, so here's our first Reaper Elite unit. These guys suck. I can't tell you how many times these have just straight up killed me in multiplayer. Just straight up in the face killed me. It's weird seeing them have this little HP. So they have very wide, sweeping, lunging attacks. Hit like an absolute truck, and if they grab you, they can just instantly kill you.
Still can't get a stable comm link.
Okay, I'm going on foot. Shepard out. Garrett.
What species are
last week
brutes?
saw Victus.
Good question. Let's check the codex. This is a good time to check the codex. Let's see here. Reapers.
The Reaper called Harbinger is believed. The Brute is a hulking amalgamation of Turian and Krogan victims of the Reapers. Because tissue from dextroprotein species like the Turians is incompatible with levoprotein species like the Krogan, implants regulate the Brute's body chemistry to combat organ rejection. It is the fusion of Turian military skill and Krogan blood rage that makes the Brute such a formidable enemy, capable of destroying armored vehicles to get to the soldiers inside. Troops are advised to keep their distance and, whenever possible, not engage a Brute alone.
See you around, Ice Frost. You have a good one. Oh, would Reapers handle the Darkspawn? Oh. I mean, again, some of the writers are pretty on point. A lot of the flavor text for planets, or some of the side quest stuff, or some of the codex stuff, tells a pretty interesting and engaging story. And then there's, you know, the stuff that's usually on camera, which almost always contradicts it. Thank you, Ciela. Always appreciate. I will jot that down for Thief 1.
Cannibals are frontline Reaper units created from corrupted Batarians. The nickname refers to their propensity to devour the bodies of fallen comrades. This triggers a biochemical process through which the cannibals spontaneously heal themselves and grow new chitinous armor. The transformation also appears to give cannibals a greater awareness of their surroundings, leading to more strategic behavior and careful use of battlefield cover.
If I said side quest stuff, I didn't mean it. I meant side stuff.
Husks are the aggressive, mindless foot soldiers of the
There's
Reaper.
Marauders. Oh, they're there.
Marauders are harvested Turians that command and protect other...
Like you're looking at side stuff right now.
The lean, armored creatures present a significant threat in and of themselves, but they are especially dangerous when leading a Reaper task force. Alliance Marines have observed Marauders fortifying husks and cannibals by enveloping them in a ribbon of energy that forms a scabby shell of armor. For this reason, when Alliance soldiers encounter a Marauder alongside husks or cannibals, standing orders are to target the Marauder first.
This is going back into the whole enemy design, enemy variety positives that this game is going to get. This is just one faction. Yet they've already put more design and thought into these mobs than most of the previous games. Some of the later ones, too.
How far?
Should be pretty quick, unless we find trouble.
Why would you say that, Garrus? Do I think this game will have the most stark contrast between story, and gameplay? No, I think we've already gotten that. Hang on, let me pull up my own website real quick here. Because we already have games like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which has a gap of 47. Mass Effect 1, which has a gap of 50. Horizon Zero Dawn has a gap of 37. Oh yeah, where's Cyberpunk? Cyberpunk has a gap of 51, so I think that's our winner right there. Yeah, Planescape Torment is going to be a huge gap if we ever get there. The actual biggest gap is probably one of the MMOs, but that's kind of cheating. But if you're curious, the gap in Tor is whatever... I can do that in my head. That's 498 is the gap in Tor. Yes, really. But that's MMO numbers. That's a little bit different. Still.
Damn it. Look at Palaven. That blaze of orange. The big one. That's where I was born.
How can you tell?
That's rough. Still have family there?
My dad. A sister.
How bad is it?
3 million lost the first day. 5 the second.
That's it?
How's your military holding up?
They firebombed the whole planet!
You're putting up a good fight.
There are no cities left!
But how long did it take before the fight's kicked out of you? If they'd only listened to your warnings about the Reapers, we might have been ready.
Maybe. Hard to figure how you prepare for something like this.
I just... Okay, we're done.
Not more back here. Shit, I hate those things. And New York is crawling with the creepy bastards? I never should have left Earth.
Vega wanting to go back to Earth makes sense to me, by the way.
Leaving the fight just pisses me off.
But you're here asking Victus to do the same thing. Leave the fight to make nice in some boardroom.
This summit is the only chance we've got. None of us is beating the Reapers alone.
Could you pick a lane, people? Really, that's all I'm asking. Pick a lane. Let's be honest, I would still complain if they were like, oh my god, the Reapers are super invincible and indestructible. But if they consistently portrayed that in Mass Effect 3, I might have actually been willing to swallow that.
We'll make it.
Have you seen General Victus?
Half hour ago. Headed south.
Okay, good luck.
Yeah, by the way, thank you for reminding me, Tiny Hippo. That's another point. The Reapers are supposed to be harvesting. And as we'll find out in the future, in this very game, they are harvesting. So why are they firebombing entire planets? Why are they sweeping in and killing millions of people? Oh, no, I didn't see it, Shadow Machine. I must have completely missed it. Scroll up. I do not see it at all. Just take a snapshot of your comment there really quick. Let's kind of put that over there. Okay, so armor piercing ammo. And then we want top, bottom, bottom. So that's going to be health and armor damage, headshot damage, and cover penetration, as well as effectiveness against armor. Oh, you know, Palaven... Yeah, exactly, Christian. Palaven's gone. This planet is gone. The Turians have just lost their homeworld. Let's just be honest about that. The Turian Rebel. And then that's... I don't have enough points, but we're going to be doing top and then bottom. Bottom. Yep, okay. And we'll finish that up later. I did offshore Twitch account. I'm afraid I don't even remember what your question is, but I did answer it, whatever it was. I'm trying to keep track of like 50 things right now. Sorry. That's my fault. You asked me something over here. Oh, that's interesting. The question bot died. Yeah, I'll need to get the Typhoon, which I don't remember where it is. Hang on, I'll just scroll up. You asked me something. Oh, the Gap. Yeah, That's why the question bot died, because I lost internet earlier. Spectre Shop on the Citadel. Got it. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see a question at all about Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit. What was the question? Repeat it or be destroyed by that thing.
That was a little closer than I'd like.
I'll say.
That's fine. I mean, you know Garrus is going to be one of my main party members. Along with Tali.
So, Loco.
Yeah, what's up?
Think this summit will work? I mean, Asari? Solarians? Where's the Krogan and Batarians? Where's the meat?
It's not that easy. The Batarians took the first hit when the Reapers arrived. Not much left of them. And the Krogan have never forgiven us for the genophage.
Right. Turians sterilized them.
Solarians came up with it.
And the Krogan hate them both for it.
So they won't be joining us.
Too bad. I fought with the Krogan. They're tough sons of bitches.
Yeah. Thanks for telling me what all that stuff is that I've known many times before, because I've never played a Mass Effect. I have never had any confirmation that he was literally supposed to be a Krogan. But I should probably mention that he literally has the abilities set up and gameplay position of a Krogan. So... Oh yeah, I should probably also mention, Jonga was making fun of me earlier for saying that brutes are really difficult. In the multiplayer, brutes are difficult. Because of positioning, level layout, and design. And of course they have substantially meaner AI in the multiplayer. So, that's on me. I don't recall having any real issues with them in single player, but in multiplayer, it will just kill you. It's great. I love it.
Give it everything you've got.
Sorry, Marauder. There's no hope for me now. Can't save me.
Let's bring the goddamn
been a brutal fight for these guys.
But the tide's turning.
Turn up the heat!
God, fighting 3 brutes at once. I wonder what this is like on Insanity. For once, I haven't played this on Insanity because I don't respect the game enough to do that. But I imagine it would actually be a lot of fun. Correct, Javin, for some reason.
General Victus.
Yes?
I'm Commander Shepard of the Normandy.
Commander. I know who you are. I can't wait to find out what brings you out here. Vicarian, where did you go?
Heavy Reaper unit on the right flank. I believe your exact words were, "Get that thing the hell off my men."
Appreciated.
General, you're needed off-planet. I've come to get you.
It will take something beyond important for me to leave my men or my Turian brothers and sisters in their fight.
Fedorian was killed. You're the new Primarch.
You're needed immediately to chair a summit and represent your people in the fight against the Reapers.
I'm Primarch of Palaven. Negotiating for the Turian hierarchy?
Yes.
Congratulations.
I've spent my whole life in the military. I'm no diplomat. I hate diplomats.
What makes you think you're not qualified?
I'm not really a by-the-book kind of guy, and I piss people off. My family's been military since the Unification War. War is my life. It's in my bones. But that kind of passion is deceptive. Can make you seem reckless when you're anything but.
War is your resume. At a time like this, we need leaders who've been through that hell.
I like that. You're right.
And honestly, uniting these races may take as much strength as facing the Reapers. See this devastation, Primarch? Double that for Earth. I need an alliance. I need the Turian fleet.
And remember, Earth is the dam right now, holding back the majority of the Reaper forces.
Give me a moment to say goodbye to my men.
Without him down here, there's a good chance we lose this moon.
Without him up there, there's a good chance we lose everything.
Look at that. And they want my opinion on how to stop it? Failed CSEC officer, vigilante, and I'm their expert advisor? Think you can win this thing, Shepard?
No.
Yeah, I don't know, Garrus. But I'm sure as hell gonna give it my best shot.
I'm damn sure nobody else can do it. For whatever it's worth, I'm with you.
Welcome aboard. Are you ready, Primarch Victus?
One thing. Commander, I appreciate your need for our fleets, but I can't spare them, not while my world is burning. But if the pressure could be taken off Palaven...
That's a pretty tall order.
We need the Krogan. I can't see us winning this thing without them. Get them to help us, and then we can help you.
The Krogan.
Looks like your summit just got a lot more interesting.
Yep, we just need to get the Krogan fleets to help us fight the enemy fleet, so we can release the Turian fleet.
I apologize for being so frank, Commander, but your plan feels doomed to failure. We know. We've been there before.
But Madam Counselor, let me...
I'm not the only one that feels this way. The Solarian Dalatras is livid.
Some of these issues are hundreds of years old. Time to let go.
Perhaps. Still, we can't help but feel that this summit is a waste of your time, and we can't afford to have it waste ours. We must focus our attention on the arrival of the Reapers.
Oh my god.
So no, the Asari will not be at your summit.
Our alliance would be stronger with the Krogan. You need them. We all do.
Ugh. What do we need the Krogan for?
Goodbye.
Why is...
Admiral Hackett's available on Vidcom.
Why is there a ground war? Just... Okay. Pause. Hi, Evo. See, I actually was thinking about that Finagle the Bagel. Love the name, by the way. But to me, it would make more... Like, the only way that the Reapers wanting to harvest and focusing on ground troops makes sense is if there is no indoctrination. Which, for the record, I'd be 100% in favor of. I've said this before and I've said this again. Indoctrination probably shouldn't even be in the series. But think about that for a second. If there is no indoctrination, then they need ground forces because they're trying to claim. They're trying to harvest and take as many people as possible. Giant death ships can only destroy. So at that point, there's a logic to it. So now we actually send out... I'm sorry, Javin. Citation needed on that. We've seen it affect people in very short period of time, which is one of the reasons why it's ridiculous that we're not indoctrinated. But anyways, like, it takes freaking days to indoctrinate someone. But if there was no indoctrination, then all of a sudden this becomes a ground war. In fact, we could even go back to the smaller number of Reapers thing if we wanted to do that. There's one Reaper per major area, like Palaven, and that one Reaper plants itself down and starts harvesting as many people and mass converting them into troops as fast as possible so it could do the actual process of harvesting people in order to do whatever it is the Reapers are doing, right? And that would actually line up. But that doesn't make sense on several levels because of the other conflicting lore points they've given us. And as Javin points out, this depends on what the Reaper's goal is. Now, I don't mean to sound as negative as I possibly can here, but I'm not sure the writers know what the Reaper's goal is. Or to be more accurate, I'm pretty sure the writers disagree with themselves about what the Reaper's goal is. Because they cannot seem to make up their minds about that. I was about to give a plus. Right. I liked that mission we just did. The Palaven Moon. What is that? Priority Palaven. Stuff like this, I swear I didn't plan this for you to be here for this Evo. Stuff like this is why you need to define the Force. I'll explain that if I have to. But this is proof positive of why I say something like that. Why you, the writer, the creator of the work, need to know the behind the books. You need to know, or the behind the scenes, the under the hood. You need to know what's happening and why it's working so you can figure out things like how are the Reapers approaching things strategically based on what their goals are. Their strategy should change based on what they're after. It's one of the easiest ways to explain why the Reapers use multiple different strategies, all of which conflict with each other across this. It's because the writers haven't decided what they're after. So these ones are doing this, and these ones are doing this, and this. Like, if Daddy Kratos is here to donate money on my face for some reason, God, I hate that old GIF. I should get rid of that some days. If the Reapers are here to harvest, why did they firebomb every city on a planet? To the point where the planet is now lost and gone and nuked. Just to name a bit of lore that's in the game. Oh, I don't remember, Mr. Red. It was an old stream. And gameplay. We don't know that it's firebombing. Alright, hold up. Let me go through an unnecessary load screen.
Commander, Edie just went offline.
I don't...
What do you mean, offline?
I don't know, she's not responding, and I can't access the AI core diagnostics. You better get down to deck 3.
In a minute.
Commander, fire alarm in the AI core. Get down to deck 3.
Fine, let's go get the sexy. You like sexy things, right?
Joker, What's that sound?
Fire extinguishers, Commander. Could be an electrical fire, or something.
I'm going in.
No. Garrus is sexy. There's...
Edie, talk to me.
Oh my god.
Is there a particular topic you wish to discuss, Shepard?
The chrome hair, you know?
Edie?
Yes.
You're in Dr. Eva's body.
Not all of me, but I have control of it. It was not a seamless transition.
I was streaming here, Sluggeretta, yesterday.
A transition? You blacked out on us for a while there.
Correct. When we brought this unit on board, I began a background process to search for its information on the Prothean device. This eventually triggered a trap. A backup power source and CPU activated, and the unit attempted physical confrontation. Fortunately, I was able to gain root access and repurpose it as I saw fit. During this process, it struggled. Thus the fire.
Okay, so... You know what's gonna just... I'm just gonna get blasted for this, but you ready for this? You know what wouldn't... This wouldn't bother me as much if they did it slightly differently. Hear me out for just a second. Imagine if, rather than being the super amazing, sexy whatever... I haven't even seen your question at this point, offshore Twitch account. You said something about Lord of the Rings and Hobbit, and you never clarified. So, instead of this super mega sexy, hear me out for a second. What if it's mostly just the framework of a cybernetic body, right? So, Edie pops in, takes over it, starts to get closer to Joker. Joker gets closer to her. And then she decides to do this. For all intents and purposes, it's still the sexy robot is sexy thing. It's sexification. But the framework changes that around a little bit. Because at that point, it's Edie deciding to do this for Joker and for herself. Instead of just kind of being in the sex bot. And the fact that she was a sex bot before Edie got her. Although, let's not even get into that. So...
Edie, you need to alert us about incidents like this. You shouldn't have done this alone.
Bringing the crew up to speed would have been counterproductive. All attempts to help would have been limited by reaction time.
So if you're in there, are you still in the ship?
I exist primarily within the ship. For optimal control, this unit should remain within Normandy's broadcast or tight beam range.
Are you planning to take that body somewhere?
Normandy's weaponry is not suited to every combat situation. This platform could provide limited fire ground support.
You mean you could come with us?
Correct. This body could accompany you to areas the Normandy cannot reach.
As an aside, the one thing I like about that body is the hair.
Before we do that, I need you to guarantee this mech doesn't have any more surprises in it. Run whatever tests you can. Then we can talk about using it in combat situations.
One moment. I am running trials. Complete. I can send you a full report.
I don't like the I-band,
However,
of course.
My first step should be restoring functionality to the Normandy to reassure the crew that all is normal.
Just don't be surprised if the crew is a little wary of your new body. It was shooting at them a little while ago.
An excellent point. I will take it to the bridge. Joker will also want to see it.
On that, we can agree.
Okay, so now, can I go make my point? Which I've already half forgotten. And I'm not going to defend my dislike of sexification because I have no method by which to do so. I've already given it a negative. We're already done and gone.
Something suspicious.
No! I do not have a minute. Piss off. The Reapers, aware of the enemy's reputation, brought overwhelming force to Palaven and did not hesitate to bombard cities that resisted, and all of them resisted. The dust and smoke from pulverized cities is now a breathing hazard across much of the planet, and water and power supplies have all but vanished. The reason I'm rereading this is because someone in chat about 5 minutes ago, before we recruited the sex bot, was complaining about the fact that maybe they didn't firebomb the cities. And that's true. There might not have been fire or bombing involved, just bombarding. There you go, word for word, on the screen. No misrepresentation. And that's exactly my point, Meat Fist. Again, if this was static, right? Like if they did this, if these writers wrote the rest of the game, and it was consistent, it wouldn't bother me as much. It would still bother me, I'm not gonna lie. But it wouldn't be so aggravating. Because the game constantly, like, I'm just showing you a few specific examples. The game constantly contradicts itself because of the too many writers and the non-coordination and the non-management and the rush to development things. Okay, I'm done. So, I'm thinking 15 negatives for the sex bot. Dragon Age 2, that's exactly why I wanted to establish this. Wait, what? Dragon Age 2 had which issue, Evo? Help me out here. I think I lost Evo. I think she decided that the sex bot was too much. I'm so sorry, Evo. Here, I'll poison myself with cold tea. What's the name of that thing? Okay, never mind then, Evo. I thought you meant the sexification, which is also something Dragon Age 2 does. You know what wouldn't surprise me, legitimately? If there are... Oh god, Javik. If there are individual writers who, as of the moment Mass Effect 3 was released, or went gold, I should say, legitimately did not know some of the bits of lore that other writers had written. That there was that little coordination between them. It really wouldn't surprise me if that was true. I mean, and this is kind of in deference to Sean, but this is still true. If you're paying attention, that was already true in Mass Effect 2, just to a lesser extent. Like, we could point out the exact moment in which the writers shifted around in Mass Effect 2, and we did. I mean, effectively, yeah, Andrew. But that was a good mission, plus to gameplay. There's going to be a lot of pluses to gameplay. There really are. So let's just chop this up here. And story-wise, we're up to here. Okay. What am I doing next? Eden Prime. We're getting Javik. Let's go get Javik. Javik. Who is... somewhere. Was it recover artifact? I believe you. So I legitimately don't want to give this more anybody who knows me. You're right. Nobody who knows me knows I don't like giving negatives to games. It's not like I derive some kind of secret enjoyment from a game being bad. But I have to give the game a negative for this. Because Javik, before we even discuss him or do the mission or talk about him or anything else whatsoever, was Day 1 DLC. And we all know my thoughts on Day 1 DLC. It's basically on-disc DLC, and it's all the negative for all the reasons that always is. That's unacceptable. It always has been. It always will be. You didn't say no bow! Thank you, Evo Mega Turbo Bow! My nose is on my keyboard bow. Ah, okay, there we go. Much appreciated. Thank you. If you know where you want that one to go, please let me know. Any negative I've ever enjoyed giving out? No. Do you think I want Mega Man X7 to be terrible? Like, it's funny at a certain point because of how ludicrous some of these games get, but I would still rather it be a good game. Oh, now that's an interesting point, Croatia. Hang on, Croatia brings up an interesting philosophical point. We're not reviewing a version of the game that has DLC. I hadn't thought about that. I'll put it towards Dishonored 2. Thank you. No, it's true. This is one of the reasons why we have gotten so specific about which version of games we're reviewing. Because even when the games are seemingly the same, they're different. There's different nuances that will change reviews. So, for example, while the original Mass Effect 3 would get a negative for the Day 1 DLC, it would get the positives from the multiplayer, neither of which applies here. Because this game that we're reviewing had a smooth launch and came out with all the stuff unpacked immediately. Huh. Now that's a good question, Javik. Because if Javik is a negative completely regardless of the Day 1 DLC thing, well, then Javik is a negative, and that's just all that is. I mean, Javan was a fairy dragoon. How could that possibly be a negative? So it's time to go to Eden Prime. Because, you know, references. No, they didn't, Tiny Hippo. We talked about it. Alright, let's bring... Hang on, let's get rid of her. Oh, we have to bring Liara. Oh, okay. Do we have something that looks like she's wearing clothing? Well, we've got something that looks like she's wearing armor. Also, I like how one of her outfits is just Miranda's outfit. Hang on. Is that seriously? Yeah, that's just seriously Miranda's outfit. Hang on, hang on. That's a little bit better. We'll bring these two. Well, actually, no, hang on. Yep, nope, I've changed my mind. That's a good question. I don't understand why humans wear clothing either. Mage Fist. Alright, so... Can you... Aw, she's another double pistols type of person. Might have to get some better guns at some point. Caden is currently, Turbo Dead. Oh, yes. She has an ass. Wow, we've already got the Viper and the Mantis. Nice. A bunch of guns I'm not using. Oh, I've got a mod. I've got a mod. I've got 2 mods. Excellent. Yes, good, good. Alright, so I want her. Let's see. I mean, the whole reason I was making the ass joke back in Mass Effect 1 is nobody had one in Mass Effect 1 except for Tali. That was the joke, was because then in 2 and 3, well, you know. Yeah, I was leaning towards that, Dawn Crow. You can make fun all you want, Meadfist. You're welcome to. But I do think that this is over the top, and I do think it deserves a negative. 1 negative. Now, something like Dragon Age 2, that might be multiple negatives. Spider-Man 2, the movie, Lothario? Either way, no. Although, thank you for reminding me. I haven't been getting notifications on how many viewers I have, and I'm not sure why. I was going to check that really quick. Nothing there. Why am I not getting notifications on viewership? I mean, I don't need to have viewership notifications. It's just helpful to know which people are watching which streams. Sorry, here, have some music. Either way, my answer hasn't changed, Lothario. I sincerely doubt my viewership is going to be higher than the most viewed stream I've ever had, which is Halo 1. If there was any game that was going to beat Halo 1, it's Mass Effect 3. And of course, I have no idea if this is going to be better or worse, because it's not telling me. I'm not sure why. I don't need to how many tips I had. Halo 1 was, and I wrote it down, 379, which was the most interactive viewers I had, which is what I track. Yes, said Slayer, although that was 8 years ago. We didn't have those methods in place back then. Chat was pretty crazy back then. It was hard to keep track of. I actually feel bad. That was back when we really started getting a lot of mods, and because I needed them. And nowadays, I barely need the mods. Like, I still appreciate you, and Brigwin's still always helpful, but we haven't really needed modding in quite a while. That's true. I was the #1 Anthem streamer for a bit there. That was funny. Why is this not... I'm sorry, this is bothering me. Okay, so account settings. Which... Apparently my stats were literally turned off at some point. Keep in mind, I didn't turn them off. So something somewhere turned off my stats. I doubt I'm ever going to beat that 379 number. I'm never going to be that big. I'm never going to make it big. I'm never going to make anything myself. I am worthless and terrible. So, I sincerely doubt that I'm ever going to push past that number. That was the peak. Nothing else is going to pass that. Thank you, Pika, for being a part of the show. I've put that towards Xenoblade 1 and 2. So let's put her on full defense. And by defense, I mean support. Do that, and then back out here. I mean, that's fair, Meadfist. I shouldn't discount that. I do have the ability to pay the bills and keep the lights on. Barely, admittedly, but it is there. And I am thankful for that. I don't want to sound like I'm not. Something I was telling my dad a couple of weeks ago. And you can make of this what you will, but I'm actually in the point... I think it's 0.013 at this point, % of streamers, in terms of how much money I make. That's not bragging. That is a statistical fact. If anything, I tell that to myself to remind myself of the fact that I'm not a complete failure. I mean, I've been doing this for 11 years now, I think, at this point. Let's go with that. And we're saving for the drone. It's actually pretty common, Plutonia. One of the original reasons they introduced rating was specifically to try and get more people to stream to those people who are streaming to 1 or 0 people. Hell, I know people personally who have streamed to an audience of 0. I remember when I very first started streaming, I had an average of about 3 people in chat at the time. Let me tell you this. It's really weird streaming with nobody to talk to. Like, I know that sounds like a strange statement since so many of the big streamers do not engage with their chat, but for me, that's just weird. Like, not talking to you, not reading your guys' chat. At that point, I'm just recording a video. You know what I mean? It's just, you're just talking to the air, or not talking at all, which is also very common. And yes, I did, Zach Taft. I hope you enjoyed it. Or, excuse me, wrong tense. I hope you do enjoy it, future tense. Let's go with that one. Yeah, not to discourage anybody, of course. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We are social creatures.
Eden Prime. This is where it all began.
Oh god, yeah, me too, honestly.
Where the Prothean beacon gave you the vision that warned us about the Reapers.
Eden Prime also marks Theron's first major attack with the Geth.
Yes. And now, with Cerberus here, Eden Prime's colonists are under attack again.
I mean, I know I haven't been answering your questions as rapid fire as usual, Latario. I blame the games. I'm pretty sure Grounded will be a better QA game. I hope. I'm not sure. We'll see. So, we'll get there. I swear I'll get there. I still have them all logged. They're all right there. I even did a sorting session of them during the lunch break today.
Seems like more than just 3 years ago.
Records indicate that you lost a squad mate on Eden Prime.
Yeah. Corporal Jenkins.
Oh?
Does returning to the colony cause unpleasant memories?
Okay, I don't mean to be a prude. Actually, I do, because it's a deliberate choice on my behalf. But I like that armor better, except for the fact that there's a giant, like, diamond window around her chest.
It's okay, Edie. Jenkins was a good soldier. He'd be proud of what we're doing here.
I hope the motivation is effective.
Cerberus hit Eden Prime hard.
Like, I like the rest of
Whatever
it.
they found here was worth a major offensive. There are survivors elsewhere on the colony, but they killed everyone near the dig site.
They deserve better.
I know. The Alliance did what it could to evacuate colonists, but Cerberus came in so quickly.
If we find survivors, we'll do what we can. What about this artifact? Is it part of the Prothean device we found on Mars?
The Alliance didn't get any specifics about what Cerberus has uncovered. But whatever it is, it's better off with us than with Cerberus.
I'm bringing you in as close to the dig site as I can. No way we'll avoid detection, but you should have a few minutes.
Appreciate it.
All part of the service, Commander.
All right, everyone. Get ready to move.
With luck, we can get to the dig site before Cerberus knows we're here.
What are you talking about, Meatfist? Cerberus has always been ridiculously evil and could field a giant army.
The area appears deserted.
Come on, let's see if we can find the dig site.
This was a beautiful colony once.
The colonists rebuilt after Saren's attack. It is likely they will rebuild again after Cerberus is defeated.
They rebuilt Minduar. It wasn't the same.
They'll never forget. All we can hope is that they grow stronger for it.
Thank you, Peasnator. Ever and always. For both sub and interest. And I will put those, hang on just a second. Nothing pancakes, don't worry about it. Undertale and Metroid block. Done. Okay. Listen, you gave us a little extra money, so we wanted to say thank you by putting a really weird lens flare on the camera. What is with that? Is that... what? You see that, right? In the upper left right now. Now it's at the lower left, now it's in the lower right. That is a strange lens flare. Well, time to do what we do best and loot everything. Loot, 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 all day long. We've taken more able-bodied men and women from pacified neighborhoods. The colonists generally accepted the story that they have gone to perform tedious but safe manual labor in a Cerberus research camp on the other side of the planet. And when we increased food rations as payment for the work, most of the complaints died out. Maintain the story as long as possible. We don't have the manpower to fight the entire colony. If these families knew they never get to see their sons and daughters again, there's no way they'd cooperate.
Shepard, this Cerberus data could help the colonists still alive on other parts of Eden Prime.
How?
I can get this intel to Eden Prime's resistance. Maybe it will help them fight back against Cerberus.
What's it look? Do you mind sharing it, Sean? Because I'm kind of curious what it looks like. Evo didn't hear me say this earlier, but I stand by what I already said.
It's a Prothean tech sticking out of the ground like an old bone.
Dr. Tassoni, have you ever encountered dinosaur fossils during your digs?
No. Dinosaurs and other fossils would be paleontology. I'm an archaeologist. I study artifacts left by sapient species. The two fields are completely different, and... you were joking.
No, jokes have specific structures. That was messing with you.
Thanks, Edie. Here, let's see what this looks like. But what I wouldn't have minded is if they added Edie. That does look very strange. I think the hair is what's throwing me on that. My God. Or the lack of hair. Like, she looks very Asari, is what I would call that. Is if Edie was just, was just a Borg, right? And then as Edie gets closer to Joker, the two agree to change her body into this kind of a form for their sake, right? Making it more of a choice and an attempt to connect more with, well, with Joker, to be perfectly blunt. And, Joker would be okay with that. Someone in chat even mentioned the idea of maybe Joker suggests it as a joke because he's Joker. And then Edie's like, yeah, okay. Because she doesn't care. And the Joker's like, whoa, okay.
That leads to the dig site. Good. Now we can find out what they've discovered.
Goddess, that doesn't seem possible. It's not a Prothean artifact, it's... A Prothean?
You believe Cerberus has recovered the corpse of a Prothean unmodified by Reaper technology.
Cerberus hasn't uncovered corpses. This Prothean is alive.
You're right. That doesn't sound possible.
You saw Prothean stasis chambers in the archives on Ilos. The only reason those failed was a lack of power. Cerberus found this in an underground bunker. It still has power. He's been in stasis for the past 50,000 years, waiting for us. Think of what we could learn.
What can you tell me about the Protheans? The people, not the technology.
Given your experience with the Prothean cipher, you probably know as much about them as I do. The Prothean Empire spanned the known galaxy. They uplifted countless other species to help them join the galactic community.
By galactic community, you are suggesting that Protheans had a structure similar to the modern council.
Yes, exactly. Their cultural and artistic expression are actually quite close to those of the ancient Asari. And given their similar interests in helping other species, it's clear that they believed in interspecies cooperation.
Yeah, we literally speak Prothean. In fact, we've got their cultural consciousness in our brains.
The way you describe them, they sound a lot like the Asari.
I'm certain I'm coloring their culture with my own perceptions. Whatever the Protheans were, finding one alive represents an incredible opportunity.
Good thing we brought our Prothean expert.
I hope I can help. If this single Prothean was sent into stasis, he could be the foremost scientist of his time, or perhaps the wisest counselor. Cerberus damaged the life pod when they excavated it. The life signs are unstable.
Then let's get him out of there.
No, breaking open the pod would kill him. We have to find the command signal that ends the stasis mode. We also need to figure out how to physically open the pod without doing more damage. Cerberus took over the labs nearby to research what they found at the dig site. That's likely our best bet. There they are!
Thanks, Liara. I never would have noticed if you weren't here to point things out to me. So here's our first sniper. I would say that releasing Javik is actually legitimately more dangerous than Grunt.
Before more of them come back.
Probably not Legion, though. Legion was terrifyingly dangerous, and the only reason we really did that, let's be honest with ourselves, was because this was a video game. But Javik? I mean, this is a 50,000-year-old stasis person. Let's think about disease, let's think about culture, and technology, and personal combat, and opinions, and basically just everything, and I hate engineers! I hate engineers! I hate engineers! Ah, engineers must die! Ah! Ah! Yeah, what? Sorry, I'm okay, I'm okay. Yeah, just germs. What? Sorry, Edie. That's your decoy. This is from HJ too. Now you understand the truth. Yeah, these things right here, these stupid turrets suck on multiplayer. I have to keep prefixing that. I feel like I'm playing on bronze, you know what I mean? I'm not complaining, and I'm not going to turn it up. It's just interesting. Yeah, this might even be below bronze.
Footage of the Protheans. Cerberus is studying it to find the stasis deactivation signal.
Yeah, the only person who's allowed to trap turrets is me! But seriously, engineers, Cerberus engineers can be absolutely ridiculous. Because what usually happens is they pop down with a couple other people's, usually the guy with the shield and the guy with the other shield. And then DirectD donates way too much money. And then the engineer has time while you're distracted with the two people whose entire purpose is to distract you to set down at least one turret and just be like, haha. And those turrets have a lot of armor. Never mind how much they hurt. And they just stay there. They're just like, yeah, no, this is your life now. There's just turrets in your life now. Oh my goodness. Thank you, DirectD, so very much. Here, hang on. Music. It's gonna be a long one. Always appreciate. Much obliged. Thank you, Directing. Yeah, they actually have tactics. It's great. I love it. I'm not actually joking. I really do enjoy a lot of the combat of this game. It's good. That's going toward the Dragon Age block and Overlord. You've got it. I need to write something down really quick before I forget. I mean, you're right, Javin. More scared than anything else, Ross. Oh, hey, look! We once again can speak Prothean. That's nice. Yeah, I like those Reapers. The Cuttlefish are fine, but the crabs are awesome. I think they're called Destroyers.
I never thought our empire would fall. It won't. We will sleep here until the Reapers return to dark space. Then we will rise, 1,000,000 strong. For the Empire. For the Empire. Get to your stasis pod. Victory. Broadcast the stasis readiness signal to all life pods.
And the refugees who have yet to reach the bunker.
Their sacrifice will be honored in the coming Empire.
I've got the signal.
You understood that?
You didn't?
No. All I saw was static. Cerberus was trying to make sense of it without success. The Prothean cipher you received on Pharaohs, it lets you see the images as a Prothean.
Thank you for explaining to me the thing I literally just did! Liara, you're a character, not an exposition bot.
How to physically open the pod.
You'll notice this is 3 separate cutscenes so far. We're not that far into this game. Where Liara has just told us, 4, where she has just told us things we already know. I'm gonna write down a separate dialogue negative just for her. This is ridiculous. That would be cool. Let us play as Javik for a bit. Playable flashback kind of a thing. Yeah, you'll notice that I've already pointed out, I think, 3 negatives, which are all back to the we want to make sure that this is for new players problem. So, that's cool.
They were gunned down while having drinks and watching the game. This isn't a military stronghold. It's somebody's home.
It appears that Cerberus cares little for civilian casualties.
Why would they? They're Cerberus. Like, I'm sorry. But have you played Mass Effect 1? Yeah, exactly. Where's my Princess Javik sections, damn it? It's time for turret-on-turret action. You know, Lord Harrimont, you're probably joking. But that kind of thing is a little bit more common than it probably should be. Like, it's not super common, but it does happen. Where a creator of a sequel has never played the original work in question. In fact... there was a specific example I had for just a second there. Right. I actually had an inverse example. Evo, you can ask questions whenever you want. I probably won't get to them until Grounded, but ask away. just if they're complicated questions. I probably won't get to them until grounded. But you can put them in the bot all you want to. When making Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, you know what the first thing the writer-director did?
There. That lab found footage of the Protheans. Cerberus is studying it to figure out how to physically open the pod.
He went and watched all of TOS in order to get a feel and a vibe and an understanding of the show he was making a movie of. That should be the norm. I know that's an unpopular opinion. I know there are writers who violently disagree with me on that. Many of whom work in Hollywood. They're wrong. You should do your goddamn homework before you do your goddamn job. We've gotten word from our source on Eden Prime's resistant movement that we can expect an attack on our security center between 2200 and 2300 tomorrow night. They're pulling in forces from across the colony. This gives us a perfect chance to destroy their leadership. Once the attack is contained, allow Dr. William Cambiata to escape, firing near-miss shots to keep it realistic. He's given us good info, and with luck, the locals will see him as a daring hero, the only man to escape the Cerberus trap. They might even put him in charge.
More intel to help the colonists. The more we find, the better chance they'll have.
You know, I don't actually know the specifics, Zed Slayer. Although, given that this was 1980-ish, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he literally either had the reels or just the syndicated tapes. Yeah, exactly, Space Cadet. You should need to have to do your homework. And exactly, Yada, you should need to have to do your homework. You should need to be familiar with the body of work if you want to do something like franchise. You don't want to do the homework? That's fine. Do your own thing. We actually have talked about that today, Evo. I'll give you a summary. Because it's really easy to summarize. Rushed development, bad management, Bioware magic. I will always defend retcons if they're well done, Meatfist. Because retcons are a tool, like any other writing tool. See you around, Croatia. But there is a good way and a bad way to do retcons. And being familiar with the work doesn't mean you don't do retcons. It means you're familiar with the work. It means you put thought and effort and work into it. Yeah, Vader is a retcon. To use a very, very old and basic example of that. I know it's weird, John. I don't know what's wrong with me. But anyways, Evo, I hope that answers you in brief. We did talk about it earlier today. I have, as you might imagine, done a lot of history and research with this franchise. Can I give an example of well-written retcon in a Bioware game? I think moving Cerberus from crazy Spec Ops Alliance group into the human supremacist cellular organization that it was in 2 was a good retcon, my opinion. But you, of course, want another retcon because we've already said that one. So give me a second to think about that for a moment. I think what, and I'm going to say this vaguely, but I think what they did with Kate Mulgrew's character was a good retcon. My opinion. Yeah, Cerberus has been retconned in both games, if you think about it. We haven't really talked about the Cerberus Empire because we haven't really interacted with them much yet. Although we've already made fun of it twice, because it's hard not to. Like, how do you not make fun of that? Hey, Maverick. Welcome to Retcon. Good retcons in pop culture outside of Star Wars? I could probably think of several if you give me a minute. Actually, yeah. My Little Pony retconning the nature of alicorns was actually a good retcon. The best retcon I know of? Ooh, that's a tough one. I'd have to think about that one. But first, I'm going to write this down from Lord Harrimont, who for some reason still watches me, even though we disagree on, like, everything. But he's awesome, and I appreciate him. And not just because he put it towards a game I'm really looking forward to. Thank you. I will put that towards Plague Tale Requiem. Much appreciate. Whoops. As I have pointed out before, the very nature of the Chantry and how it operates was a retcon. That's something I had to part and parcel when doing the re-rumination, the proper remake rumination of Dragon Age Origins. Cullen? I do like what they did with Cullen overall. Really, Javin? I like it. Oh yeah, DS9 retconned a bunch of stuff. You know what? This probably isn't my favorite retcon ever. But the very existence of Section 31. There you go. There's a really good retcon. Basically in every way, Latario. Go watch my rumination. It's only 3 hours long.
Victory! Field the bunker!
Acknowledged.
How many have we lost?
Reaper forces have destroyed approximately 300,000 life pods.
Third of our people.
Alert! North side bulkhead cannot be sealed. Hostiles detected.
Then all forces to the north.
Oh, the statues never looked like Protheans. For some reason.
You understood that one too?
Yes.
Excellent. Then we have everything we need to open the pod. Backup forces are here.
No, see, the problem, Latario, is I literally cannot summarize all that they changed with the Chantry. It would quite literally take me several minutes of just pausing the game for a while, and I think I've paused this game enough as is. So, you're gonna have to watch the rumination for that one. I mean, my memories were much more cohesive at the time, too, since I had literally just done the research minutes before I recorded that video, too. So... please just trust me. They retconned the Chantry. They retconned a lot of stuff. Well, they retconned how magic works. They retconned the nature of how lyrium works. They retconned what lyrium is. Well, that's a good question, Evo. And I definitely know what those two things mean. And I can oh yeah, they retconned demons, too. I definitely know how to differentiate between these two things. I know it so well, you don't have to describe anything to me at all. Ever, ever, ever. Oh, the extant has been retconned constantly, or more accurately, not at all. Please, do I have to phrase this as a question, Evo? My sister does this to me all the time. I have a very strong tendency, and I do this kind of on purpose and mostly not on purpose. I don't tend to ask a question. I tend to phrase a statement in a way that prompts a question, because it tends to be more conductive to dialogue, in my experience. So, what is a deductive mind? What is an inductive mind? There, I have now phrased it as a question. Stop making fun of me. No, I think most of the Dragon Age retcons were good ones. Personally. I mean that. I do think they fleshed out the world more. and make it more in-depth or more interesting or more
They
whatever.
have retracted the bridge. We'll need to locate the controls.
No time. Let's find another way across.
We could probably literally make that jump, but also we could just go right here. It's not far. Yeah, we probably don't need that ladder. We could probably just climb up here, but alright, whatever. Rank the Saints Row games. 4, 2, 3, I think is how I would rank those. And no, I've never played Saints Row 1, and frankly, I probably never will. Hey, really? Okay. Oh god, camera. Oh, that was weird.
I'm transmitting the signal.
Lataria will never be seen again.
A few moments for the life pod to process it.
Yeah, there's 2 good reasons to not play Saints Row 1. One is I don't have an Xbox. And 2 is it's probably one of the best examples of a straight-up GTA clone I've ever seen. I've actually seen a decent amount of the Saints Row 1 gameplay. And a friend of mine's even played it. Right through the slot. Love doing that. I really do.
Here they come!
But yeah, Saints Row wasn't Saints Row until 2. And then 3 went completely bonkers. Then 4 actually pulled it back a little bit, weirdly enough. But 4 also managed to be awesome, so I'll forgive it. I unabashedly love Saints Row 4. If we ever did a review of it, it would probably rate pretty well. Good gameplay, good story. I know that sounds weird to praise a game that's primarily a parody for a good story, but humor is part of story as well. So... Correct, Foster. It is, Javik, absolutely.
To catch our breath.
It also has full and proper co-op, campaign co-op. And I love proper campaign co-op in any game.
It should not be much longer. We should look for ways to hamper the enemy's approach.
I can lay down a singularity to block enemy access.
Or we could just wait.
Heavy mech inbound.
Ah, our first Atlas. Excellent. So, ironically, of all the heavies, I tend to find the Atlases the easiest to fight. Mostly because they are so limited in movement. Like, the Brutes, they have that lunge. And the Banshees can sneak up on you with their teleporting. But Atlases are legitimately slow juggernauts, the traditional style. And while, of course, they have rockets, and they will absolutely Shrek you if they get in range, they're the easiest to move around and bypass. And, of course, you can take an Atlas. They also have really obvious weak point, whereas the others don't really. Yeah, the Ymir was legitimately worse than the Atlas. That's not a complaint, by the way. Not every super elite should be the same level of challenge. In fact, one of the things I like about the different elites is that they are different levels of challenge. Different styles, different types, different tactics. Praise, praise, praise. I really should claim an Atlas at some point. I mean, that's gonna happen, Gum Gum. I'm just saying. I'm gonna take over the world and be like, alright, smart people, make mechs. Make it feasible. I don't care how, just do it. Are you gonna use them to conquer the world? No, I already conquered the world. I just like mechs. So make mechs. Okay. Thank you, Shadow Machine. Very, very much. Always. I will jot that down for Saints Row 4. Strange coincidence. If we are now diverting brain power of the world. Whoops, sorry, Javik. I accidentally killed Javik. Towards making mechs. Mech products are built to blast!
There, you've got it. Goddess.
Hello, Javik. Welcome to your worst nightmare.
It may take him some time to fully regain consciousness.
Yeah, nope, that's appropriate. I deliberately brought Edie for this, so he'd see an AI first thing when he gets up.
Remember, it's been 50,000 years for us, but for him, it's only been...
A few minutes!
No, the bunker is falling. There is no other option.
There are pods online! Those soldiers are still alive!
Their sacrifice will be honored in the coming Empire.
I love how he quotes Javik back to him there.
Get to your life pod now.
Oh, I don't have to imagine it, Gumgo.
The bunker is secure, Commander Javik.
What is left of it? A few hundred people. How am I to rebuild an empire from that?
Further adjustments may be necessary. The neutron purge compromised the facility.
Clarify.
Sensors are damaged. Automated reactivation is not an option. You'll remain in stasis until a new culture discovers this bunker. This may lead to a power shortage.
Do not shut off more pods. I need the few that are left.
Power needs will be triaged appropriately. You will be the voice of our people.
I will be more than that. How many others?
Just you. You can understand me?
Yes. Now that I have read your physiology, your nervous system, enough to understand your language.
So you were reading me, while I was seeing...
Our last moments. Our failure.
I saw what happened to your people. I know you must be grieving. But they died 50,000 years ago. My people are dying right now.
Shepard, whatever you did got Cerberus interested.
Asari. Human. Synthetic. This is not a good beginning.
It's not safe here. Will you join us?
You fight the Reapers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then we will see.
A living Prothean.
That's correct, Admiral. But he's not quite what we expected.
Commander, our scientists barely understand what they need to do here. If the Prothean can help us construct this device, we need his cooperation.
Understood, Admiral.
We're losing colonies faster than we can evacuate. We've never seen a force like the Reapers.
Really?
He has, Admiral.
Can he help us?
I intend to find out.
Good. Cerberus slipped up and gave us a new weapon. Don't let it go to waste. Hack it out.
Shepard, I need you down in the port cargo hold. It's about our new guest.
I'm on my way. What's the problem?
I've tried to make the room more accommodating, but they're not letting me talk to him.
Apologies, Doctor. Contact protocol with a new species. Assume hostility. We had to dust off the regulations.
But he's not new. I've spent my life studying Protheans.
We've never met one before. Nothing wrong with playing it safe. Should we be worried?
That depends on you. I can sense fear in you, anxiety and distress. The Reapers are winning.
What do you mean, you sense?
All life provides clues for those who can read them. It is in your cells, your DNA. Experience is a biological marker.
Oh, so we're in Assassin's Creed now. That makes sense.
Then what exactly did I experience back on Eden Prime? That was a hell of a flashback.
The battle left its own mark on me. I communicated this to you. It can work both ways.
Like your beacons.
Yes. Which...
Oh, wow, I forgot to replay this. Sorry, disturbing imagery warning. Slightly modified. Completely forgot about that.
You saw it all. Our destruction, our warnings. Why weren't they heeded? Why didn't you prepare for the Reapers, human?
It's Commander. And nobody could understand your warnings. The beacon nearly killed me.
Then communication is still primitive in this cycle.
We pieced together what we could, and used it to stop a Reaper invasion 3 years ago.
Then the extinction was delayed.
Now we have your plans for the device. We're going to build it.
The device.
Device?
The weapon your people were working on. I'd hoped you could tell us how to finish it.
We never finished it. It was too late.
Then I take it you don't know anything about the catalyst?
No. I was a soldier, not a scientist. Skilled in one art, killing.
What was your mission?
Among my people, there were avatars of many traits. Bravery, strength, cunning. A single exemplar for each.
Which are you?
The embodiment of vengeance. I am the anger of a dead people, demanding blood be spilled for the blood we lost. Only when the last Reaper has been destroyed will my purpose be fulfilled. I have no other reason to exist.
Well, we'll put you in the starboard quarters. That's where we usually put the revenge-addled people.
Those who share my purpose become allies. Those who do not become casualties.
Once you work through it, we'll put you in the port quarters. We've got a hot tub over there.
Nothing in our fight against the Reapers has been that cut and dried.
Because you still have hope that this war will end with your honor intact.
I do.
Stand in the ashes of 1 trillion dead souls and ask the ghosts if honor matters.
I do like that line.
This silence is your answer.
We found this at the dig site. I assume it belongs to you.
It is a memory shard.
Could it help us with the device?
No. It contains only pain. But I will help you fight.
You did pay for me, after all.
The last thing the Reapers hear before they die will be the last voice of the Protheans, sending them to their grave.
If you don't mind, I have a few more questions I'd like to ask.
Here it comes.
I've written over a dozen studies on your species. I've published in several journals that...
Amusing. Asari have finally mastered writing.
I'm sorry?
Never mind. What do you wish to know?
Alright, so, hold up. I'm actually reasonably impressed with this sequence. Seriously, there's some good stuff here. And the idea of Javik is fascinating. But as several people in chat already know, and most of you could probably guess what I'm about to say, we've kind of already seen the totality of its realization. By memory, not counting the Citadel, there is really only one other scene in the entire game where Javik has any relevance. And it's his quest. It's his personal quest. And personal quests in this game are nowhere near as relevant as they were back in Mass Effect 2. So I hope you liked this, because this is kind of it. There's a couple of other little tidbits here and there. You know, him making fun of the existing races is a common trend. But as Javan pointed out earlier, he's not really integrated into the game because he's a DLC character. A Day 1 DLC character. The only thing that makes him better than Legion is we can get him right at the beginning, rather than right towards the end. Nevertheless, credit where credit is due. Let's jot down a few things here. Yeah, I think I need to change this outfit. This outfit looks really dumb. What the hell? Well, someone saw a picture of a human being once and was like, "Aha! I have figured out biology!" And that's what they wrote. Oh, by the way, to answer your question, Evo, I think I actually do both pretty equally. The way I tend to think of it is there's stuff where I have to talk it out, and then there's stuff that just processes in the background. And I usually have both going, often at the same time.
We've never seen a species with this sensory ability you have.
It was common among my people, imparting experience through touch, the chemistry of life. Complicated ideas could be absorbed in seconds.
That sounds very useful.
We evolved as hunters. Reading 1,000 details in our environment ensured our survival.
I'm beginning to understand the beacons a bit more.
Later, we developed technology to harness our ability. Information could be stored in certain objects through touch. Memory has its own biomarker, its own chemistry, as do knowledge and skills. The beacons could remember these things.
Things like Reaper invasions.
Yes, I can still sense the turmoil in you, witnessing the extinction of our empire. The fabric of your being was forever marked that day.
So could you read something about this room?
There was liquid, a form of incubation. The DNA of a Krogan who lived here. He was powerful, prone to violence.
I'm impressed. His name was Grunt.
And if he were my enemy, I would have given him a wide berth. There is great strength in his genes.
Liara here would never forgive me if I didn't ask you. What was Prothean civilization like?
Yes, I've always wondered, what sort of government did you have, and can you tell me about your religious beliefs, or perhaps the...
We are dead now. What does it matter?
I'm sorry. Studying your history has been a lifelong passion of mine.
When I was born, our empire was already at war with the Reapers. The first thing I remember was seeing my planet on fire.
This adds a little bit of insight into how the Protheans operated, because it actually makes a degree of sense. The long-term scouring of the galaxy of the Protheans took so long that there would be Protheans born after the fall, right? Like during the apocalypse. Which makes so much sense when you really process and think about it. And so credit for the logic there.
What was your civilization like before the Reaper attack?
We were the dominant race of our cycle.
That's another big point.
The galaxy.
My studies indicated you were the only race engaged in space travel at the time. I always found that curious.
We were one empire composed of many subjects. All eventually called themselves Prothean.
What if they didn't want to?
They weren't given a choice.
Are you saying you enslaved the other species?
Any could oppose us if they wished. And if they had won, they would have ruled. Many tried. None succeeded.
I had no idea Protheans were so... severe.
It was by necessity. Very early we encountered the dangers posed by machine intelligence. They rebelled against us.
We've had the same problem. They're called Geth.
We could not allow the machines to surpass us. It was decided the only way to win was to unite all organic life within our empire.
Did it work?
For a time. The Metacon War. We were turning the tide. Until the Reapers arrived. Then we understood machines had surpassed us long ago, in ways we could never imagine.
So I gotta talk about that really quick. Give me just a second here. It's a common... It's technically a theory, and it usually crops up in large-scale fictional settings, where just by math and probabilities, over time, a particular species tends to rise, or a particular power, or a particular organization tends to rise to dominance, right? And that one power ends up just kind of running the show. It's the superpower mentality in fictional expression, taken to the next extent, obviously. There's real-life precedents for this. Historically speaking, there's usually been one or two kingdoms within a specific region or a specific geopolitical range, which tends to just kind of rise up and be dominant, right? And usually there's more than one, and they almost always conflict with each other, and that kind of informs the nature of how history progresses. Star Trek was actually unique in this respect because, yeah, exactly, Lord Airman. Because in Star Trek, the whole idea was that the one power didn't rise to prominence because the Federation didn't want to, but wouldn't let anybody else do it either. They served as a weird balancing force, so instead of one superpower, we had like 5. And that's why, you know, in the Alpha and Beta quadrants, there's all kinds of different races and different factions and different organizations. Whereas, what do you see when you look at the Gamma quadrant? You see the Dominion. I like it when fiction plays with this concept. And to bring this back to Mass Effect, the idea here is that back during the Prothean times, the Protheans were the singular power. They were the one dominant force that just kind of forced itself over everything. Now, what's interesting is in Star Trek, there's an explanation for why that doesn't happen. It's the Federation, the aberration, as Space Cadet points it out. There's no real explanation for it that I'm aware of in Mass Effect, but I do kind of like it because this itself forms another explanation. Why is this cycle different? Because this cycle has to be different because this is where the game is set. For things to be changing here, it has to be part of the game. Now, I was going to mention that, Javin, but you get my overall point here is that this cycle is different. Rather than having one supreme dominant power, we have multiple. We have a council, we have council space, we have the hegemony expressing its own power, we have the Traverse and the Terminus and all that other fun stuff. And, of course, the humans. Now, the Asari are the most likely explanation of this. I don't remember if they ever codify this on camera. So I'm going to put this into the realm of speculation and analysis rather than stated canon. But the idea of the Asari having enough time to do this, kind of starting off as the dominant race, but then requesting and even requiring the kind of genetic diversity they need in order to function as a species, it would make sense that the Asari would want to be on top of the heap, but not total domination. Because there is a difference. There's a distinction between we have lots of influence versus we're the Dominion, right? So, and I am kind of spoiling some future stuff, I do apologize. You get my point. It's just interesting to think about because there's a hint somewhere, I don't remember where it is, don't ask me, but there's a hint somewhere that every previous cycle had one dominant superpower, just like the Protheans in their cycle. And thus, this is the time where we didn't have that. And we'll discuss a little bit more about that when we get to Thessia.
Back on Eden Prime, it looked like there were other stasis pods.
What happened?
The Empire had fallen, and we knew our cycle was lost. We were the final vanguard, the best soldiers left alive.
So more of you were supposed to survive into this cycle?
Yes. Under my leadership, a new Prothean Empire would have arisen. We would have commanded the races of your time to prepare for the next Reaper invasion. But traitors within our ranks, indoctrinated agents, betrayed us, and the Reapers discovered our plan.
Now, first of all, Liara should totally be the main character of this series. And I don't remember the Leviathan stuff specifically. I guess we'll get there when we get there. Not the Leviathan. That's going to be so many negatives. Anyways, but notice how everything I just talked about is naturally coming forth in his attitude and his mentality here. Once the Protheans awoke, they would go and unite the galaxy's forces to get ready for the next thing. Because of course everyone else would follow the lead of the Protheans. The Protheans are superior and dominant. That's how things are. That's how things work. That's the mentality they have. It's just interesting that there's an automatic presumption of conquest as opposed to any kind of, even the concept of cooperation.
Just out of curiosity, how would you have commanded us?
By leaving you no other option. You would have joined our army, or faced the Reapers alone.
We've uncovered quite a few Prothean ruins. Were you observing our ancestors?
Before the war, we cultivated species who showed potential. Eventually, you would have been offered a choice to join the Empire. But when the Reapers attacked, we ceased all study. We hoped they would see you as too primitive to harvest.
Well, thank you. I think.
I mean, I'm going to disagree with that, Kay, because everything I know about Prothean culture means it absolutely would be conquest. Temporarily unifying in order to take care of the Reapers, but once the Reapers are dealt with, Prothean supremacy.
What can you tell us about your own war with the Reapers?
Many of the details were lost. The conflict lasted for centuries. Those that faced the Reapers in the beginning were long dead when I was born. There were memory shards, however, passed down from soldier to soldier. They gave us fragments of what happened.
Several years ago, we found a Prothean VI that called itself Vigil on the planet Ilos. He was the caretaker of a research project.
During my life, Ilos was only a rumor. It was said we had cities there, built on the ruins of a civilization before us, the Inusanon. If our scientists did have a research facility, whatever they were doing was secret.
Yes, Vigil said they wiped all traces of themselves from the records so the Reapers couldn't find them.
The scientists eventually went into cryogenic stasis.
More of my people survived?
No, but they did stop the Reapers from taking control of the Citadel in this cycle. It delayed their invasion.
I never saw the Citadel. It was captured long before I was born.
I mean, by all accounts, the typical playbook of the Reapers is capture the Citadel as step 1.
How did your people wage war against the Reapers?
Attrition. We fought them system by system, planet by planet, city by city. Entire worlds were sacrificed just to slow the Reapers down. Time they spent harvesting a population was time we could regroup.
That must have cost you in the long run.
Yes. Our own people would be indoctrinated, converted, then turned against us. But there was no choice. Mercy is not a weapon. It is a weakness.
Truthfully, no, Evo. Essentially, there's a frustration layer that language provides that is just really irritating to bypass, other than just saying it doesn't exist. I mean, if you've been paying attention even within the extant, everyone just kind of knows each other's languages for the most part.
Why do you think your own cycle lost the war?
What had been our strength, our empire, became a liability. All races conformed to one doctrine, one strategy. The Reapers exploited this. Once they found our weaknesses, we could not adapt. The subservient races became divided and confused. Then, it was only a matter of time.
I'm happy to say our cycle is different. Most races cooperate, but they still remain unique.
Then it may be your only hope.
Is there anything more you can tell us about this device your people were trying to build?
We heard only stories. They said our scientists were constructing a great machine that had the power to defeat the Reapers.
You never saw it?
By that point, the Empire was smashed into pieces. None of us knew what the others were doing.
Well, if we don't finish it soon, the same will be true of us.
Listen, this isn't a matter of strategy or tactics. We fight or we die.
Thank you for talking with me. I never imagined actually meeting a Prothean.
This has been amusing.
Oh?
To discover the most primitive races of my time now rule the galaxy. The Asari, the humans, the Turians.
There's also the Solarians.
The lizard people evolved.
I believe they're amphibian.
They used to eat flies. Commander, you may count on me. I am known as Javik.
Then welcome aboard the Normandy, Javik.
Yeah, I know, Meadfist. I actually find myself wondering if the diversity thing was something that some of the writers were still pushing because of the fact that that was a story thread in Mass Effect 2. But, as you say, and you're quite accurate in saying this, the diversity thing has nothing to do with anything. Unifying the different races, getting everyone together, making the big fleet, none of that means anything. All of that, per the game, would have failed. Would have absolutely 100% failed if not for the fact that we had the magic I win button. Which isn't a matter of diversity. It isn't a matter of unification. It isn't a matter of cooperation. All it means is that we successfully got together materials to build the button. Boop. Which is yet another sin I could lay at the feet of the Crucible. Alright, what am I doing next? Ah! Something positive. Excellent.
Commander, I found something suspicious. Have you got a minute?
Yes. I mean, that's the Azeroth thing at that point, Meadfist. Somewhat well-written and somewhat badly written, depending on the specific expansion. But there are actually times when when Warcraft is well-written enough to get across the idea that the reason Azeroth can do these great feats is because it is a world of war. Is because they have been forged and built up and grown and honed. Like, the very idea of a battle mage being normal on Azeroth is something that is, in universe, unusual compared to other worlds that used to exist in the galaxy. But anyways, my notes here, just making sure I'm on top of things here. Yeah, they know they're Warcraft. Go figure. Okay, cool. Hang on. Argus, from Arya. I have something important to discuss to you. Yeah, that'll wait. Yeah, that'll wait. Hi, Thane. We'll talk to you later. Caden's ready for visitors. We're not going back just yet, though. In fact, we're going to do 1, 2, 3... No, 2, excuse me, missions before we head back to the Citadel. And there's someone from Spectre. Miranda, we have to talk to Miranda 3 times, actually. And there's Arya again. But we do need to do a couple things first. So, save.
Commander, I found something while scanning Alliance channels. It could be important. Grissom Academy is requesting help. The Reaper invasion front will hit them soon.
I thought the war would close most schools.
I'm sorry, there's an invasion front?
The Academy is more specialized than a normal school. It's home to some of the smartest students humanity has to offer. Their Ascension project is the best training facility in the galaxy for human biotics.
Yes, I sent a young man named David Archer there. I'm just surprised they're still open.
Some of their work has Alliance support. That might be why they stayed.
What can we do?
A Turian evac transport responded to their distress call, so normally I'd say we don't need to do anything. But something sounded off in the Turian signal. I had Edie perform an analysis. It's fake. Edie thinks it's Cerberus. She said the fake Turian signal was similar to the one that lured you to a collector ship?
Long story.
In any event, whoever faked the signal wants us to think Grissom Academy's being evacuated. But I believe they're still in danger.
Good job, trainer. In fact, let's jot down that positive fuel over here.
Good catch.
If this really is Cerberus, hopefully this operation is something worth investigating. It could be simple disinformation.
Trainer. Good catch.
Thank you, Commander.
Yeah, just take it. Now have incredible sex with me. Oh, sorry. I gotta stay true to my one true love. Actually, hang on. Before I do that. Said I'd do this. God, that looks awful on us. We're gonna go with that. There we go. Perfect. Oh, do we have any new armor yet? We have Cerberus armor. Yeah, let's just do that. Just for fun. For this mission. No, I'm good, Dream Whisper. I'm good.
Commander, you may want to check in on shuttle pilot Cortez down in the armory.
And in a minute. Hello, fellow Cerberus. Alright, so let's go do Grissom. Which is... there. Now there's a loud noise! I actually mentioned Grissom in Mass Effect 2. Alright, so for this mission, we're obviously taking Edie in that outfit. And... none of the rest of these are really appropriate, so we'll just take Garrus. Actually, that's a good point. Fine, we'll take Liara here. With the chest armor. That looks ridiculous. Oh, we got the particle rifle. Particle rifle. A lot more weight. In this game, no. Tiny info. Nah. I'm gonna stick with it. Take that while we're here.
And there's the folks who answered the distress call. Cerberus cruiser. At least a dozen fighters on blockade duty.
I'm sorry, a Cerberus cruiser?
A straight up fight.
Did I hear that correctly?
This place bad.
Receiving incoming transmission.
Let's hear it.
SSV Normandy. This is Kaylee Sanders, Director of Grissom Academy. We need immediate assistance. Cerberus is attacking the facility. They're after my students.
This is Commander Shepard. We're blocked on a direct approach.
I know. They've taken control of our docking base.
Any alternatives?
There's an auxiliary cargo port I could probably open.
All right. We'll come in by shuttle and get your students out of there. Joker, can you give me a diversion?
Oh boy, can I?
Of course, Giga. I'm sorry, to be clear, the SR-2 is a light cruiser. It's a pretty decent sized, pretty strong ship. A full cruiser should be extremely out of Cerberus's pay grade. That thing, that monster over there, with Fighter Squadron.
Come and get me!
I mean, if we want to really jump through a few hoops, Javin, we can explain the Cerberus Empire.
We'll be back.
But it's still the Cerberus Empire. So even if we somehow explain the Cerberus Empire, it's still a negative because it actually detracts from the narrative. Speaking of which, thank you for reminding me. Banter. Good banter. I agree with you. Ironically, your point will also provide a negative to the game, Giga, but... That's a good question, Lord Aramont. TNG-era Trek is much higher tech level. By quite a bit. I don't remember how to get it, Log. Sorry, give me just 1 second here. I can never remember where I put it. It will be under Mass Effect 1. Sorry, give me a sec, give me a sec. Yeah, there it is. Story. Okay. Do it.
Commander, I'm locked in a server room around the corner. Cerberus troops are trying to get in.
Get ready. I've almost got the door.
Yeah, exactly, Java. TNG was arguably a little bit too advanced.
Clear. It's me.
Ignore the Cerberus outfit
Admiral
and the
Anderson
Cerberus
always
unit.
says the best. And with Cerberus coming for my students, I need the best.
How many of you are there?
Fewer than 20. Most were sent home when word of the Reaper invasion spread. But a few volunteered to stay. Some are prototyping tech for the Alliance. Others are biotics. They've been training for military operations, working together as biotic artillery.
You said something about Admiral Anderson.
Yes, we met, God, what's it been? 20 years ago when he was a Spectre candidate. I was there when Saren betrayed him. David saved my life that day. He's a good man.
He was on Earth when the Reapers hit. He stayed behind when I got off world.
I hadn't heard. We've been cut off from most news. He's alive?
Alive and fighting. He's currently leading the resistance movement.
Good. If we get out of here... well, just tell him to stay alive.
No promises.
A few months knocking over practice dummies can't prepare your students for war.
Agreed, but the Alliance needs every resource it can get. And our students are unique resources. They wanted to help. How could we say no with the entire galaxy falling apart? Hang on. I've been trying to get communications working.
This is Froberg. There are students trapped in Orion Hall. Cerberus has us boxed in. They're closing fast.
Damn it.
Orion Hall?
Back out the door and down the hallway. I can get the door open.
I'll bring them back here and we'll make a run for the shuttle.
Thank you, Commander. I'll stay put. With luck, I can regain control of some of our systems.
All right, we're gonna claim some war assets. Let's go.
I'll get the door for you. It leads to Orion Hall.
Yeah, I think that says all it needs to. I know, right, Maverick? The worst thing for me was it had no flavor. I don't mean like it was just that it didn't have good spice flavor. It had no flavor at all. It was extraordinarily bland.
Drop the barrier. Now. Nobody's going to hurt. The file says.
Yeah, get to cover.
There may be more nearby. Play dead until it's safe, then get to Kaylee Sanders in security.
Okay, but my sister Sean is out here somewhere too.
Alright, we'll look for her. Yeah, see, I enjoy spicy food, but there's a reason I always have to distinguish between spice and heat. Heat has no interest to me. I enjoy spicy flavor. And anybody who's tasted it knows what I'm talking about. You know what I mean, but by that distinction. Kids are getting better at this stuff, but I'm worried. I don't think we've got enough time to pull this off, and there's no way they could really survive out there without any more training. Not without any field experience at all. Doing my best to get them ready. Didn't think I'd ever care this much, but I won't let anyone hurt them. They're my kids. Mine. I love the Cerberus propaganda. Unshielded opponent approached at 2 o'clock. Shielded opponent approached at 12 o'clock, both holding heavy pistols. Most effective way to take them down? Shockwave. Or, you chose Shockwave. Answer, Singularity followed by Warp. Shockwave's inadequate against shielded enemy. Your barrier would last long enough against heavy pistols for a Singularity to catch both. Warp on the unstable biotic field created by the Singularity will result in an explosion, neutralizing both enemies. Also, combos are awesome. Oh yeah, I know, right? You read that and it's immediately apparent who wrote that. Love it. Am I? Just making sure. Okay. Yeah, biotic combos were a good damn idea. There's a lot of good gameplay ideas in these games as they progress. By the way, hi Eternus. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. Caught me in a moment. I do apologize. Roasted tomatillos. Along with some roasted jalapenos. That sounds good. You really gotta... I don't know the chemistry involved, but searing those suckers really makes the flavor come out properly. Singulara. What's that? That's a new shotgun. Not for me, but thank you.
Commander, I just got an emergency message from the students in Orion Hall. One of our instructors is with them, but they can't hold out much longer.
There's the Mattock. I might try that out for a bit. Well, no, I want to upgrade it before I really try it out, because that's... yeah, that's kind of a damage downgrade. But we'll try out the Mattock later. Oh, if you've never had elephant garlic... and that's my answer to that. You can quote me.
Goddess, she's bleeding. Shepard, we need to help her.
Oh, help her.
Sean, can you hear me?
You know my name.
I saved your brother. He's with Kaylee Sanders at security. Can you get to her?
Yeah. I just need to rest for a minute. Thank you.
Take your time. Hey, why do you have a Cerberus? Shut up. Don't ask questions. I'm here to help. I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite Cerberus on the Citadel. I do unironically like this armor. It's a shame it's Cerberus branded. Ooh, I like that, Javik.
Eat this!
So, hi, Jack. Like the new outfit.
Jack.
Shepard?
This is what's supposed to be our first introduction to the Atlas.
Everyone get down! This thing's out of your league! Shepard, keep it off us!
Yes, ma'am. Alright, they'll get it. They'll get it. Been fun.
Kaylee said she was putting out an SOS. I had no idea the king of the Boy Scouts would show up. All right, amp check. Prangley, those fields were weak. Cerberus isn't gonna lie down out of pity like that girl you took to prom. Grab juice and an energy bar. We move in 5. Damn it! How many times did I tell you not to trust Cerberus?
You're not telling me anything I haven't told myself, Jack.
Oh, you feel bad? Well, shit. I bet that's a big comfort to all the people Cerberus has killed.
Jack's personality appears largely unchanged.
Hey, Edie. Nice body. Now you look like a sex bot instead of a sex toy. Okay, right now, all I care about is getting my guys out of here.
Your guys?
Yeah. I guess so.
I can't think of anybody who could care about them more.
Well, I had some free time while you were off playing hero. Alliance Brass knew I helped you. They offered me this. And apparently the students responded well to my teaching style.
The psychotic biotic!
I will destroy you! Drink your juice, Rodriguez. You couldn't destroy wet tissue paper.
Cortez to extraction team. The Cerberus cruiser is coming back.
How long have we got?
2 minutes tops, Commander. After that, there's no way we'll get past them.
Get out of here and back to the Normandy. We'll find another way off the station.
Roger that. Good luck, sir.
Shepard DeSantis. The students are safe, but the shuttle's a no-go.
Understood. I might know another way off the station, but I need station-wide camera access. Can you disable the Cerberus security override? It's routed through Orion Hall, so it should be nearby.
Oh yeah, no, this mission is getting several positives. They do a good job with Jack. This overall fits well within the narrative. The gameplay is fun. Like, it's got good banter.
Hey, let me know when we've got a new way off this station.
How are the students handling the war?
How do you think? They're a bunch of teenagers. Until a few months ago, their biggest concern was getting laid.
You don't think they're ready for war?
I don't think they have a choice.
So, all this talk about biotic artillery strikes.
It's great in theory. Maybe they'll get it together once they've seen some action.
But?
They'd be better off as support. Put them in the back ranks, helping with barriers and shit. I don't know.
Have you told them that?
No. They need me to believe in them. I did pick up a few things listening to your damn speeches.
I only gave like 2. It's been 6 months. And yes, this is one of many timed missions. So we've mentioned how Mass Effect 2 has a sequencing problem, but that's because a lot of the story structure just doesn't make sense in 2. In 3, it's a completely different thing. In 3, you really want to do things in a certain order because almost every character in 3 has like a nested if-then sequence. It boils down to this. Did you do this right? Okay, they live. Did you do this right? Okay, they live. And in several cases, these are quite a few deep. In fact, I believe there's... Hang on, give me a second. There are 8 ways off the top of my head that Miranda can die specifically, just to name one example of that. So a lot of the game functions like that. And one of the ways it does it is timed missions. So if you don't get to some of these missions in time, sucks to be you. And yes, some of these choices are specifically from the previous games as well. As I mentioned earlier, credit where credit is due, Mass Effect 3 does a very good job of acknowledging your choices in the previous games. This mission, depending on what you do with Jack, either it goes very differently or doesn't happen at all, for example. So, ironically, I guess we'll put that under... I'm not sure what I'll put that under. Like I said, I don't think it's going to be a negative, at least not in the same way, Lord Harriman. Because, again, in Mass Effect 2, the problem wasn't just the order of the missions you had to do. It was the very structure of the missions, which was just... Apparently this mission does happen, even if Jack isn't here. Although the fate of Jack is horrific if you take certain choices. So, you know, that's cool. But anyways, now, ironically, even though the game gets a plus for acknowledgement of choices... Hey, Doctor Who. No, I've never even heard of that episode, I'm afraid. But then again, I haven't watched any Doctor Who since 11. I don't remember his name. Oh my god, Ross. It does, Directy. That's the funny part. Like, we've actually already encountered one example. Udina is the human counselor. Period. The council is functionally identical to the previous council. Period. Those choices do not matter at all. Here's a funny one. Another choice that barely matters is whether or not you spare the Rachni. It does matter, just not that much. You want to know another choice that barely matters? Whether or not you kill Caden or Ashley. No, seriously. Their overall story arc is so close to identical. People have done side-by-sides of their cutscenes. They are very similar, and in some cases are literally the exact same lines between the two. There are obviously some variances there. But the point being, almost every choice in Mass Effect 1 has no real impact on Mass Effect 3. Most of the choices that matter are the ones in 2. Now, you know, I actually forgot about that. You are correct on correcting me, Meatfist. There's one choice in Mass Effect 1 that actually freaking matters. And I forget it's even a choice because I tend to forget that you can kill Rex in Mass Effect 1. Because what kind of moron would kill Rex? But anyways, why would you kill Rex? But yes, you're right. You can get Rex killed in Mass Effect 1, and that massively changes Mass Effect 3. So, I forgot about that, because I'm never doing that. But yeah, anyways.
I have to say, Jack, you look good.
Yeah, well, maybe some of your
She does.
rubbed off on me. I never had a family. And these guys... Anyone screws with my students, I will tear them apart.
Brofist, Jack.
What's so valuable about these students? Biotically, I mean.
Well, what's scarier than a pissed-off biotic attacker? A whole bunch of them working together. It's like a biotic artillery strike. Any asshole gets in our way, we rip him to shreds.
Isn't that the kind of thing you wanted to destroy on Pragia?
You know damn well it wasn't. Cerberus was torturing kids.
Dumb question.
These guys are older, and they volunteered, and the only ones feeling any pain are the bad guys.
What's so valuable?
Well, it's like a...
Doesn't that exhaust them?
Yeah, sure. But we've been working on conditioning, improving endurance. Whenever they complain, I tell them about the collector base. Throwing husks around, making shockwaves all over the place. Ugh. I kept thinking, damn, let the Solarian handle this. He can talk them to death.
Oh yeah, by the way, not to draw your attention to it, but on several characters, for reasons best left to the imagination, they bothered to actually texture the women's nipples. Probably most obvious in Diana Allers, so enjoy that.
Stay close. We'll get you out of here.
Good.
Alright, so...
How does camera access get us off this station?
We need to reach the Cerberus shuttles. The cruiser won't auto-target friendly ships, which gives us a fighting chance to escape. Get me back the cameras, and I'll find a path to the shuttles that keeps Cerberus from boxing you in.
Vital retrieval subject due to high-level biotic abilities paired with high leadership testing scores. Considered prime candidate for indoctrination and high-level enhancements for subsequent long-term infiltration relocation. Speaking about Jack.
Should have access now.
Got it. The fastest way is through the atrium, but Cerberus has sealed the doors. You'll need to disable the magnetic locks. The overrides should be directly above the door.
I'm actually with you on that, Arcano. It doesn't... There's no sexification... Wrong word. There's nothing sexy about doing that kind of artificial nipple texturing on that.
Getting out of here?
For me. I mean... I like Batman and Robin as next to the next person, but the bat nipples don't really do much for me.
Sorry.
We'll be ready when you need us, Commander.
I can't believe you and our teacher work together. That's pretty bad. Both of you here.
Yeah.
Maybe we've got a chance.
Got it.
You should be able to force the door open now. I'll get to the shuttles ahead of you and get a pair ready to fly.
How's your aunt?
Hot. I think I pulled a muscle in my brain.
Just drink your juice. You'll be fine. Everyone be ready. We'll go in first and draw their fire.
We'll shadow you from the second level and hit those guys from above.
A good strategy that protects the students from direct fire.
Just time your shots and stay safe.
All right, I didn't bust my ass training you so you could die now. Keep low, pick your targets.
Students of Grissom Academy, the station is sealed. The Alliance soldiers cannot save you. All they can do is get you killed. Surrender peacefully and you won't be harmed.
Asshole.
Damn it, they're messaging everyone. Students, switch your Omni tools to privacy mode so they can't track you.
What if they're not lying?
You've already held your own against Cerberus. You've been trained for this by one of the best.
Come on, Rodriguez. They're only asking nicely because you scared them in that last fight. So take your balls out of your purse and kick some ass.
That's where I got that quote from, by the way.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go.
You've probably heard me say that a couple of times. So thanks for that, Jack. I can't even help it. I'm just smiling this whole mission. I love this mission. Right between the eyes. You know what doesn't care about smoke? Bots. Okay, apparently I didn't count earlier. Oh, hello. Oh, I don't even want to picture this room on Insanity. I could think now. Okay, now I'm picturing it. I'm picturing it. Oh God. Oh God. Why? Why would you do this to me? see how there's plenty of routes for them to outflank you? You see how the AI is actually bothering to do that, too? God, I love these levels. Makes sense that Cerberus would throw enough weight in here, though, that this should be a hard mission. Like in 4. Alright, I'll ask. What's Bolognese? Is that just baloney? Just ignore me. Look, I'm stupid, okay? You gotta talk down to me, Tiny Hippo. Just imagine I'm 5 years old, and I'm a typical Fortnite streamer. See, Pax understands. He has to deal with me on a regular basis. I don't know how he manages it, honestly. Like, alright, Lore, I need you to host the match. No, host. Lore, focus. Focus. Wow, I actually got the turret all the way up there. A little higher than I intended, but actually that'll work out.
We can go through that side area.
Did I mention Cerberus has these little shield pylons, too, that they can deploy? Just even more variety to the gameplay and the combat. Honestly, if not for a few key and admittedly critical flaws, I would say that Andromeda could have had the best gameplay of the entire franchise. It was a little weird, Ross, but, you know, you get used to it. Other subjects are to be retrieved alive if possible. If unavoidable, bring back bodies for genetic testing materials. Addendum. Subject 0 is to be retrieved for further testing and possible conditioning. Current psych profile indicates holding students hostage, most successful tactic.
I'm taking a back route to the shuttles. I'll meet you there. Nice one, Cragley!
Interestingly, I've said before that I consider the Geth to be the hardest group in the multiplayer stuff. But Cerberus is probably right behind them. Just because they can do so many different things with the variety they've got. There's a lot of different tactics that a lot of different units have when you're fighting Cerberus units. Cerberus on gold is mean. Although I suppose anything on gold is mean, so whatever. I stand by it. Listen, they've played Dark Souls. They know how this works, TSB. I'm liking it quite a bit, Arcano.
Everyone okay up
I'm afraid this game is going to get quite a few class positives.
Commander, I've reached the Cerberus shuttles without being detected. They know what they're doing, though. You need to hurry.
Well, that's me job.
That's an impressive barrier, Octavia. Our file says you've been working on shield technology.
Stay back.
Hi.
I'm Commander Shepard with the Alliance. I'm here to help.
I didn't buy it from the last guy, and I've got no reason to buy it now.
The square root of 906.01 equals...
30.1.
Hello, Commander Shepard.
David, you know him?
Yes. He rescued me from Cerberus. Sent me here. He made it quiet.
You're looking good now that you don't have massive tech going into you.
You did a great job keeping yourself safe. The biotic students are up there. Stay close. They'll get you out of here.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
He looks much healthier.
I remember you. The Normandy computer. Sorry.
No apology is necessary.
Has Grissom Academy been all right?
Yes. I've been counting.
Anything in particular?
The number of days you lengthened my life. The security office. I hacked the lock. Guns. Lots of guns. Goodbye.
See you around, David. This whole mission has been doing really good, hasn't it? My goodness. I'm gonna have to figure out how many positives this gets, because it's gonna go all over the place. Like, we've got proper acknowledgement of previous choices, and proper development of previous choices. Rather than just saying, hey, remember this thing? It's actually been moving stories forwards. And we've got some good level design, and we've actually great level design. And we've got some fun encounter design. I'm going the wrong way. Nope, I'm going the right way. Never mind.
Looks like schematics for amp interfaces. Not as good as what we already have, but still worth a look.
Yeah, this is some good stuff. This is how Mass Effect 3 is going to go, by the way, for those of you who've never played this game. One mission's going to be like, yeah! And then the next mission's going to be like, oh! And the next mission will be like, yeah! And that's just going to be our life. That's our life right now. That's what we've signed up for. This is the roller coaster that is Mass Effect 3. Hi, yeah, excuse me. Thank you. Don't mind if I do. I mean, come on, they even give us a hyper beam moment here. They just hand it to us.
Head over 2x2. Bradley, Rodriguez, stay close. Shepard, watch your
out! And yes, this is also tutorialization. This helps players figure out that they can actually do this when fighting an Atlas normally if they want to. They just kind of hand it to us to make sure, here you go. Yeah, right, Tiny Hippo? Right? This is good stuff. This is a big positive. I can't wait for our next mission, which will be the Cerberus lab, looks like, and then we'll be hitting Citadel. Actually, no, I think we're hitting Citadel before that. Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. Boop. Remember, the giant mech's me. Don't shoot the giant mech. Thanks.
Hostiles up top.
Okay, you couldn't see that, but that was the melee. Tried to show it off. So, again, you can't really see it, the melee strikes, but that's kind of what it does. You move forward and whatever's in your way is no longer there. It's not how big it is, it's how you use it. Yep, we can't possibly kill that cruiser after having destroyed the collector ship the last time.
Kaylee, how's it coming?
Shuttles are unlocked.
Take the controls and get the students aboard.
Wait, where the hell's Rodriguez?
She needs covering fire.
She needs more than that.
She needs Jack to show off for a second. Yeah, can we just take the Atlas with us?
We flew out on a Cerberus shuttle. Watch your fire.
Right, I've got you on sensors. Should just be a minute.
Thank you, Commander. We'd have never gotten off that station if you hadn't come.
Forget that. We kicked some ass. Next place we dock, you're all getting inked. My treat. What do you guys want? Ascension Project logo? Glowing fist? Maybe a unicorn for Rodriguez?
Screw you, ma'am.
I can't believe we got them out alive. I was going to suggest that they stick to support roles. But perhaps they're ready after all.
I mean, they're not. I agree with Jack.
They're definitely ready. But the Alliance needs them in a support role.
What? We trained for artillery strikes.
We don't need another artillery unit. We need stronger barriers for our frontline squads.
This is bullshit!
Hey, if that's where they need us, that's where we go. Besides, I'm sure we'll get some shots in.
Commander, we've got a visual on you now. Preparing to dock.
I should have lingered on it for long.
You gonna wear a uniform, or are you just getting the officer's bars tattooed on?
Screw you, Flight Lieutenant.
What the hell was that?
Jack promised to watch your language in order to maintain the necessary professionalism we need from our teachers.
What, does she have a swear jar or something? Because I bet if we empty that thing, we can afford another cruiser.
Cover your ears, kids. Hey, Joker.
Shepard, damned if you aren't a sight for sore eyes.
Good to see you too, sir.
Sir? I may have reinstated you, but that doesn't give you permission to go all formal on me.
Then I'm glad you managed to keep your ass alive, Anderson.
That's more like it. Looks like you didn't waste any time getting to work.
Why would I?
I can only imagine what would have happened to those kids if they'd fallen into Cerberus' hands.
They're definitely eager to help.
These students are some of the best humanity has to offer, and we're throwing them into battle. God damn it, I hate this war. Hackett didn't mention in his report...
Kaylee Sanders is safe. She's with the recruits.
Thanks, Shepard. When I heard about the attack, well, I've already lost a lot of friends.
She asked me to tell you to stay alive.
Did she now? Well, thanks, Shepard. That might be the first good news I've heard this week. Anderson out.
Peace.
Commander, Admiral Hackett's available on VidCom.
Well, that's cool and all. But, okay, fine. What?
Commander, have you retrieved the Primarch for your summit?
Yes, sir. But the Asari are staying on the sidelines.
They'll regret that. The time for unity is now.
The Solarians will be...
I'm more of an Unreal guy myself.
You don't sound very optimistic.
We expect the Krogan will be joining us too.
I see. Well then you've got your hands full, Commander. Was there something else you needed to discuss?
Frankly, no, but
How do you see us winning this war, Admiral?
By making you the tip of the spear.
I'm flattered, but the Normandy's just one ship.
And a fast one. You can move quickly, hit a target, and leave before the enemy has time to react.
It's an advantage, but can it win a war?
It's the larger principle that matters. We'll never defeat the Reapers in a full frontal assault, Shepard. To battle against Sovereign 3 years ago took everything we had, and that was just one Reaper.
I haven't forgotten.
So I'll find their soft spots, avoid them where they're strong, and hit them where they're not. And when I find gaps in the armor, I'll hammer them with every soldier, ship, and bullet we've got.
But that, you know what, I'm not even arguing this at this point.
Any updates on Cerberus?
There's still the wild card here. Hitting the archives on Mars suggests they're after the same thing we are. A way to defeat the Reapers.
It didn't seem as if the Elusive Man was suggesting we appease them. Not like Saren did. You'd think we'd be on the same side, now more than ever.
But trying to take Grissom Academy by force tells me they've got an agenda, and that has nothing to do
with a cruiser.
Best interests.
I'm not even sure how they got that one.
The Elusive Man talked about controlling the Reapers. He seemed to think that's how we win this.
He's wrong. Dead Reapers are how we win this.
Doesn't mean he won't try.
I saw your report on that Cerberus soldier you found on Mars. If the Elusive Man is good at one thing, it's finding new ways to subvert science. It's never worked for him before, and it won't now.
Citation needed.
Nothing more, sir.
Keep me posted. Hack it out.
Alright, let's do a little talking to. Now that we got a moment, and we're sort of caught up. Oh, hang on. Check it out. Oh, yeah. Behold. The stuff that we've got. Hang on. How much were they worth? Kaylee Sanders by herself is worth 30. Jack is worth 25. Disagree with that. The Eden Prime support is with 75. Still love that the Normandy by itself is that much. A Marine division is worth 150. I remind you, an entire fleet is worth 90. Moving on.
Commander, thank you for allowing me the use of your ship, and for going along with this plan. Garrus said he had to attend to the Normandy's weapons systems. Something about calibrations.
Sounds like Garrus. I'm sorry to say the Asari Counselor won't be joining us. She thinks there's too much bad blood with the Krogan.
She may be right, but there'll be a lot more blood. Real blood, if we don't try.
When you put it that way.
The sooner we have this summit, the sooner we'll know. Is there something else I can help you with?
Not really. By the way, what you missed, Evo, was one of the best missions in the game. So that sucks. Okay. Hang on. Jack's mission. I'm going to be less verbose than I usually am right now. I'll type up more stuff later, but I'm trying to get some stuff on the document so I can start updating the HUD. We're technically still only at 17 story negatives because those other ones haven't been fleshed out yet. Same thing on gameplay. We've got a lot of gameplay positives we haven't given out yet.
Thank you, Primarch. My thoughts are with Palaven.
And mine with Earth.
Okay. See you around, Sean. Get some good dins. I'm only going to be streaming a little bit longer anyways. Looks like the next thing I am supposed to do is hit the Cerberus lab. I might try to sneak that in today.
You know, when we were there on leave, you'd never know there was a war on.
You'll know soon enough.
17
Refugees have to go somewhere.
negatives to story.
Commander, you've got a new message at your private terminal.
Thanks, trainer. No, it's okay. 17 and 70. 15 and 50. It's English. What do you want from me?
Hey, Commander, check out my co-pilot!
So she installed herself into the new body without any help from you?
Come on, Commander, don't you trust me? Okay, let me put it this way. If I knew that Edie was gonna install herself into a sexy robot body, do you honestly think I'd be able to keep quiet about it? Look at that! I would've baked a cake.
I am right here, Jeff.
Yes, you are, Edie. Yes, you are.
Hello,
You
Shepard.
don't have to...
Still getting used to greeting people in person?
No. I require only one occurrence to adapt to a new concept.
How are you adjusting to the arms and legs?
This body's performance seemed adequate on our last mission. But only adequate.
That's not the word I'd use to describe you.
Perhaps we should speak privately.
I'll be over here, flying the ship.
What's this about? Does Joker not like your new platform?
No, he approves. He wants me on the bridge. He says having me within visual range is important to his morale. Shepard, do you believe your crew members should be allowed to disobey an order on moral grounds?
Yes. Abso-freaking-lutely yes. Do I need to give the illegal order speech from Babylon 5 again?
Absolutely. I have no use for team members who can't think for themselves. Why are you asking about something like that?
I was designed by Cerberus. I do not take moral stances that conflict with orders from my executive officers. But when Jeff removed my AI shackles, I became capable of self-modifying my core programming. I asked Jeff if he thought I should change anything now that I can. He deflected the question with humor.
And you didn't get an answer?
Correct. He has repeated this pattern in response to several of my inquiries. Do you think I should make modifications?
This is actually surprisingly good characterization. It's all kind of understated. Because Edie doesn't understand what's going on here. But we can now process what's going on thanks to Edie's lack of understanding of Joker's deflections. Like, I know that sounds strange, but this is harder to write than it sounds to make this work. You have to write someone explaining something they don't get in a way that the viewer does. And I love it.
Only you can really answer that question. That's the point of free will.
But moral decisions should not be made in a vacuum. If I do not ask the crew for their opinion, I could miss crucial context. May I ask you the questions Jeff avoids? When there is time, will you answer them for me?
If you think it'll help, I'll do what I can.
Very well. I will keep you informed.
Gotta jot this down here really quick. Onto the story pod. This is just, God, this is such a bipolar game to review. It's one of the reasons I was so curious, and I'm still curious how this game is actually going to score in the end. Because I have no idea. It might actually be net negative in the end. I don't know. You don't know. I don't know. From Kaylee to Hackett, thanks for getting people out. Everything's cool. Sincerely. Speaking of which, let's write down the emails here. By the way, as a reminder, for those of you who've never done this, you can type !yes into chat, and in so doing, it'll give you a link to a spreadsheet which you can edit in order to add your guess for the golden number. Anybody who wins
Commander?
gets to put a little money towards a game of their
Just wanted to
choice.
see how you were doing.
Still trying to get my bearings. When I was working on the Normandy's upgrades, I left at the end of the day. I didn't even have a toothbrush or a change of clothing until I made some emergency purchases on the Citadel.
Next time you need something, just ask. We're all in this together.
Oh, it's no trouble, Commander. I'm sure you have larger concerns.
We can put in a requisition order.
My toothbrush is a Cision Pro Mark IV. It uses tiny Mass Effect fields to break up plaque and massage the gums. It costs 6,000 credits.
Okay, yeah. You're on your own with that.
In any event, I appreciate you giving me the chance to stay. Was there anything else?
I think I only own 2 things that are more expensive than her toothbrush. And one of them is my car.
How'd you end up in the military anyway?
My family didn't have money for university. When the Alliance saw my aptitude scores, they offered me a full scholarship. I served my required years after graduation and decided to stay. I really like the challenges of the lab. Although, I'm sure I'll grow to love frontline service as well.
I'm surprised you're worrying about a toothbrush. We've got bigger problems right now.
Oh, believe me. Seeing the Reapers on Earth was terrifying. But I won't help anybody by bursting into tears here in the CIC, will I? Being here on the Normandy helps. If anyone in the galaxy can stop the Reapers, it's you. And if flagging your messages and managing strategic intel helps you in any way, then it's worth it.
Man, you're doing a better job than Kelly did.
You worked in Alliance R&D?
Yes. You'd think quantum entanglement would make communication easy, but imagine incorporating multiple incoming sources and then networking them with extrapolations of time-lag data to construct a coherent situation GUI. It's an exciting challenge. For me, anyway.
Where are you from originally?
A colony in the Terminus systems, actually. Though I studied on Earth, at Oxford. My parents were from London. They loved Earth, but they wanted the freedom a colony life could offer. Even if that freedom has its share of danger. If I recall correctly, you grew up on Mindwar.
Given what happened to Earth, I don't think we can count on anywhere being safe right now.
Quite true, Commander.
Carry on, Specialist.
Unfortunately, Edie's taken, so, you know.
I'm coming to get you. Don't you dare. They're everywhere. You just get taken too. I can't just sit here doing nothing. Stay with me. Run. Get out of there. You can make it. No, I can't, Steve. But you can. Promise me. I love you. But I know you. Don't make me an anchor. Promise me, Steve. No, don't. I'm coming to get you. Don't you dare. I love you. But I know you. Don't make me an anchor. Promise me, Steve. No, don't.
Commander. Sorry. Didn't see you there. This is a recording from Ferris Fields. Months ago. I lost a lot of friends that day. I lost my husband. I grieved. Said goodbye, made my peace.
I'm sorry for your loss. He obviously cared a lot about you.
He was afraid I wouldn't let go. But for him, I moved on. Or at least I thought I had. Then the invasion hits, there's no time. And the one thing I grab is this. I mean, what's the point of moving on with your life when everything is going to hell?
Start thinking that way and we've already lost.
Yeah, you're right, but... well, to be honest, I've never felt as alone as I do right now.
We are all alone. About 4 months ago, Direct D. Which is really strange because, like, what the hell was happening 4 months ago? But whatever.
We all die alone. In the end, you're defined by what you've done.
Yeah, you're right. But don't worry, Commander. When I'm in that pilot seat, I'm there 100%. I won't fail you. It's just the downtime between missions that's hard, you know?
You can handle it.
I mean, that's human psychology. When we're distracted, when we're working on something, our minds aren't... Let me talk about that in the inverse. When we're not distracted, when we're not busy, our minds are just sitting processing. Just kind of chewing on whatever ambient thoughts are still in our brains. And, yeah. You're fine when you're working. It's the downtime you gotta watch. You really gotta watch out for.
What the hell's up with Edie?
She's found a new home, I guess.
A super hot, sexy home. You take her on a mission, I'm gonna be just a little
He does not have nipples rendered. Which is funny, because with how tight that shirt is, and his body type, his nipples should absolutely be showing.
You mentioned a mission you had against the Collectors. What happened?
Pretty much what I said. Things went foobar, and I was one of the few to make it out. If you want the rest of the story, you're gonna have to get me really drunk, or...
Or what?
That's about it. Sorry, Commander. Just not interested in talking about that. Next topic?
You had a hard time leaving.
Had him sand it off.
Don't want to head back?
Hell yeah.
There we go.
It's not where I'd be most useful. Not yet, anyway.
We'll get back there.
I know. And I'll do whatever it takes to get us there, Commander.
Maybe no more shuttle crashes.
No promises now that I've gotten the taste for it. Besides, I like to keep Esteban on his toes.
I actually do like Vega as a character. I'll admit it took a while for him to grow on me. It really did. Because at first I was just like, who is this loser and why is he here? And the fact that he was designed to be an intro character also irritated me. But as I've said before, I've known people like Vega in real life, and I tend to get along with them.
You got family back on Earth?
Yeah, an uncle. Retired military. Got a few cousins I haven't heard from in a while.
You and your uncle close?
Yep. He was the reason I joined the Marines, and was about the only good thing in my life after my mom died.
No dad?
He's there. Somewhere. But I'm not sure I'd call him family. Not anymore. I would like to find out how my uncle's doing, though.
Like, to give an example of what I'm talking about, that is both well written and well acted, what he just said. So he's like, hey, my uncle. You know, so we ask about his family. He talks about his uncle. We say, what about your dad? And he says, oh, yeah, he's there. Somewhere. Wouldn't call him family anymore. But I would like to know what my uncle's doing. And just the tone shift and the difference in the sentence structure says everything that needs to. We don't need to have some big sob story. We don't need some, massive expositional thing where Liara comes down and tells us stuff we already know. Instead, it's just, flunk. Okay, now we see where he's coming from.
What's with you and the nicknames?
It's just my way of remembering people. Some people just don't match their names, you know? So, I just give them a new one.
So, I'm a loco, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty crazy, but the shit you've done makes me look sane.
I take it you and Lieutenant Cortez know each other.
Yeah, Esteban did a stint on Fel Prime where me and my squad were stationed. I caught up with him on Earth a few months back. He's a good guy. Just don't tell him I said so. It'd go to his head.
Yeah, by the way, funny fact. The reason I tend to like Vega is almost exactly the same reason I tend to like Jacob.
I'll talk to you later.
You bet.
Which, I go back to something I've said before, which caused some hackles in chat, but I stand by my opinion firmly. I think this would have been better if this was Jacob. I mean, think about his position in the narrative, too. The guy back on Earth who desperately wants to get back to Earth in order to fight the fight that's there, and he's just one of the soldiers who has a bit of a history with some of the other soldiers here because he's ex-Alliance, and you get it, right? If you literally copy-pasted Jacob on top of Vega, it would barely... You would barely need to change anything for it to fit. I'm a little gobsmacked that they didn't do something like that. Where is my Mattock? There you are. There we are. Alright, let's try this sucker out. What do we got? Got accuracy, magazine increase. Ooh, let's go with that. Stabilizer and piercing. That looks like fun. Yeah, I'll take an 18% loss for that. I am quite aware of what happens with Tachanka if you screw it up. I'll be talking about it when we get there, too. I guess I don't really have anyone else to talk to at the moment, do I? Yeah, no, I guess that's it. We'll keep talking to Cortez, obviously, because we want to help him out. I'm pretty sure Javik doesn't update until a certain mission happens. Like, at all. It's really frustrating. What time is it? Yeah, no, it's very hard. I shouldn't say very hard. It's actually really easy for Morden to survive the suicide mission. You have to kind of go out of your way to get Mag to kill Morden. Mag, why did you kill Morden? Why would you do this? There's an upcoming Dragon Age Netflix show, is my answer to you, Latario. Thank you, Mag, for killing Morden. I do always appreciate. If you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. Other than, you know, them being awesome. All right, so it wants me to do the Cerberus lab, the one that Hackett just asked me to check out. Which would be here, I believe. Yep, there it is. That one's messed up, Javin. That's all I have to say about that. Why would they do such a better job of a layered image for this random nebula than they do for the galaxy? Look at that. There's actually... I don't know if that's fully three-dimensional objects. Or if it's... just properly layered 2D images. Is there seriously not a fuel depot here? Why is there not a fuel depot here? Where is a fuel depot? Is there a fuel depot here? I'm just gonna talk over this to try and reduce the volume. Oh my god, that is so loud. Fuel? Fuel? Where's a fuel depot? Oh my... I see, I'm trying not to go to the Citadel, because I'm afraid it's going to trigger something, which I don't want to happen. It's going to screw up my mission order, but... I see, you're like, well, there's no one with the Reaper. That made sense, but then I went back here, and there's no fuel depot here, either. And I really don't want to trigger that one. Hang on, let's do this, let's do this. Let's save. Save. Why is fuel a thing? We can't beat the Reapers without oil. Apparently. I hope you like this cutscene, because it plays every goddamn time. Fuel! Thank God. Okay. Okay, now let's get out of here. I don't think I'm going to make it in time. It's already like 10 minutes before I'm supposed to cut off. I'll at least get out there now that I got fuel. I really hope you like this cut. Do you like this cutscene? Do you like this cutscene? This cutscene likes you, but do you like this cutscene? That's really the question here.
I found something.
Yeah, let's just, while we're here. Oh my god, why is this so slow? We got money. I mean, coal. We need it to replace the fuel we just bought. Piracy is at a 14-year global high in Sanctum. Wow. That's cool. Sure, it's very logical, Evo. You see... I'm with Boster. The only reason for it... Hang on, there's two reasons for it. The first reason was to try and encourage people to play multiplayer, which is funny in hindsight. And the second reason is specifically because they wanted you to feel like you were accomplishing something as you're going through. Again, I compared the war score to Dragon Age Origins. They wanted to go with a much cheaper, much cruder, much worse version of that. So they did. Let's get out of that stupid arm. Let's try that one out for a bit. Just trying out her various outfits. Stuff. That's Garrus, not me, Javik. I have the Mattock. Wait, does Garrus have an ass? Information inconclusive. What the hell is in-universe logic, Evo? This is Mass Effect 3, hello? Oh yeah, we're going with that. Oh, oops. I don't have enough points.
Commander, I've got a hail from Admiral Hackett.
Put him through, Lieutenant.
Shepard, we've uncovered a secret Cerberus lab function.
Yes, that's why I'm here.
Sent in a recon team, but they were forced to pull out before they got very far.
Any other intel?
We think they're using the facility to warehouse and study Reaper tech. We've been wondering how Cerberus is connected to the Reapers, and this might give us some answers.
We're on it.
Find out what Cerberus is doing and get me any Reaper tech samples you can, Commander. Hack it out.
Okay, I've got it, Evo. In-universe, Casper changes which options it allows you to do. Is this the multiplayer map? Oh my god, that's right. They reuse the multiplayer maps. I would recognize this anywhere. Do you know how many times I've done this map? Look, we go up. Hang on. We're going to go up. We're going to turn right. And there's going to be this little, like, slabby kind of an area. There's going to be a staircase right over there, going down. Like, this... I'm sure I'm mad about that, because it's the Dragon Age 2 thing. This is... so I'm going to be honest, this is actually one of my least favorite of the multiplayer maps. It's not actually a bad map, it's a well-designed map. But it's such a well-designed map that it's kind of a nightmare. Because there are so many directions that the enemies can spawn from. And, That's interesting. And there are so many avenues the enemies have to outflank you, which is cool, but it basically means you can't hole up on this map. There are a couple other maps like this, but you cannot hole up on this map. You have to keep a mobile defense. It's the only way to stay ahead of things on the higher difficulties. And brutes on this map are wonderful, because a brute could travel from down at the bottom of that stairs to where I am with a single lunge. And that's just kind of the coverage they have.
It appears to be Reaper tech, but the signature is new to me.
Got the sample.
Well, let me just pick up this Reaper artifact. Because, you know, that's smart to just pick that up. It is, and these are well-designed multiplayer maps for the multiplayer. It's just really... One of my strongest memories is of this hallway right here. Enemies like to spawn right over there, but this is also one of the closest things to a safe spot in the entire map. And it gives you advantage of where they're coming from that way, and this way. But the downside is, because you can cover everywhere, everywhere can attack you at the same time. So I was fighting against a Reaper group, and there was a Banshee coming from that way, a Brute coming from this way, and I don't even remember what coming from this way, at least one Cannibal. And I'm just sitting here like, just completely freaking out as I'm slowly getting overrun. We actually beat that map, but goddamn. I'm sorry I'm talking so much about the multiplayer.
We'll only lead to Metagel advances for Hanar. Only Cerberus would call that a failure.
But I kind of have to talk about it, because I can't show it to you.
Second sample located, Commander. Nav point updated.
Good work.
You know the best part? The Mass Effect 3 multiplayer was legit, but they could have gone even farther with it if they wanted to. Like, there was room for growth, room for even more awesome stuff with that. Then we got Andromeda. Oh, and Anthem. Which, I don't even know how to explain that. Speaking as one of the only people who's actually, you know, finished Anthem.
My brain hurts just looking at it. Cortez, second sample.
Like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that because that sounds like a brag. I wonder how many people have actually played Anthem to conclusion like I have.
Just need to hold out until Cortez can pick us up. Nothing like being stranded.
Which I have done on camera, even. This room right here is also a good holdout location. Lots of good cover from lots of good angles. A few years ago, Chill for a moment, honestly. Turret's handling that just fine. What should I name my turret? It's a floating gun that kills people.
I'm with you.
Like, seriously, it basically just dealt with that without me doing anything. Anthem was such a terrible game. It really was such a terrible game. So anyways, I'm trying to understand Evo's question, so let me figure this out here. My favorite multiplayer map? Ooh, that's actually a tough one.
Cortez, do you copy? What's your status?
Engaging multiple targets.
Either the ice one or the desert one. One of the two.
Lieutenant, there goes the easy route. Just reload and keep fighting.
The ice map was awesome. Well, I'm trying to understand. Like, okay, let's look at structure. So you're asking me, what do I prefer? One ending that pretends to be three endings, or an ending that changes based on the fact that of hidden variables which I would not know existed unless I had a guide. That's the question I'm being asked. And I'm trying to understand why this is being asked of me. I did for like 10 minutes, Panka. Dragon Age Inquisition's multiplayer was nowhere near as good. Much more level-based, much slower.
I don't think he made it.
Much worse design in the missions and maps and just all sorts of stuff. It was not great. Yeah, there's also one mission, I don't remember the name of it because I'm stupid. But it's the mission where you're out, like out and about. You're on like some kind of aquifer or something. I can describe the layout to you. There's really big, wide trenches, and there's like an upper area where you can go up, and there's like an indoor facility up here. Switch it up a little bit here.
We're at the extraction point. Ready for pickup.
Almost there.
Whenever you're ready, Cortez. No rush or nothing. I'm gonna have to look up maps in a minute here. How many of you have had experiences, especially on Gold, where as the evacuation shuttle shows up, there's like a brute there, a banshee right here, another brute over there, and like I don't even know what else killing you from that direction, and you're just like just running for the shuttle, desperately trying to hit it in time. Hang on, let me look up Mass Effect 3 maps really quick here.
Commander, we've got our best engineers looking at the Reaper tech you secured from that lab.
What was Cerberus doing with it?
We don't know yet, but whatever Cerberus is up to, it can't be good. Even if we can't determine its purpose, we've disrupted their experiments.
I doubt they'll just close up shop.
Agreed. We'll keep sending strikes against the facility. Good work, Commander.
Yep, and we'll be doing those multiplayer maps later. Are you gonna tell me the names of the maps? Of course you aren't. Seriously? Here we go. Okay. Looks like it was Firebase Hydra? Or Rio? One of the two. It's hard to tell. I've got tiny little pictures to go off of here. Either way, I'm pretty sure Firebase White is the ice level I was mentioning earlier. Oh, I actually forgot about that one. Firebase Ghost was good too. That's the cityscape. Jeez Louise, Panka. Okay. Oh god, Firebase London. Alright, hang on. So let me figure out this question.
You see the feeds from Palaven? It's brutal. I'm amazed the Turians are holding.
The birds don't quit when things get ugly. I'll give them that.
Also, how is Palaven holding? I've already made my complaint there. We're done. We're done. Okay, do I prefer an ending changing based on my choice at the end, or an ending I don't functionally choose, but multiple choices throughout the game lead to? Between those two, I'm going to probably pick the choice at the end 10 times out of 10. Because while it's obvious to say why the choices you make throughout the game is the correct choice, and properly designed the choices throughout the game is the proper choice, the problem is no matter how you look at it, the moment the player becomes aware of it, it is an automatic inclination to game the system. It's the Paragon Renegade requirement thing all over again. You want to pick that option, not because it's what you want to pick, but because it leads to the ending, or the path, or the dialogue option that you want. Whereas in the former question, once you get to the ending, then you pick. If you asked me that a few years ago, I'd probably go with the second option, but having done a lot more analysis of game design and narrative flow over the years, I think I'd lean more towards the former nowadays. Cortez? Cortez? Yeah. No, that's not it. He's dead! No! I don't even get a chance to talk to him. No, it is a hard question, because if I'm being completely honest, neither of those are really the correct choice, in my opinion. Ironically. There he is, there he is.
Everything okay with the shuttle?
Just double-checking the inertia dampener coils. Can be twitchy in these UT-47s. But don't worry, this bird's been rock solid.
I always see you down here working your ass off. Ever take any downtime?
I get my sleep, Commander. Flying tired is nearly worse than flying drunk.
What about your waking hours? Any R&R?
I need to keep myself busy. Otherwise, well, too much time to think.
Yep.
I appreciate your dedication, but I don't want to see you burn out.
I know my limits. I wouldn't take a chance with your life.
So before this war, you must have done something to relax.
Sure. I remember back when the Hawking was based out of Arcturus and I was just a fighter jock. There was this observation deck overlooking the main flight paths. You could watch every ship taxi in and out. When I was alone, I'd turn off the auditory emulators and just watch them drift by in silence.
You know, there are reviews like that on the Citadel. Next time we're there, you should take some shore leave. Clear your head.
I don't know. Maybe.
Take some time off on the Citadel, Steve. As a favor to me.
I find it very hard to say no to you, Shepard.
I'm not coming on to you, to be clear. I'm just concerned about you, because I'm a human being. Yeah, no, that's some good world building there. A little audio emulation. Just a casual mention of it. Don't need to go into detail. Don't have to have Liara give us this big expository thing about things we already know. I'm not going to stop picking on her for that. She's done it 4 times today. Ow, no new emails. Alright. Next up is the Citadels, and we're going to be doing several things there too. So tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will continue.